Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit, juice, shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit, juice, shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the...
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, guys, welcome in this morning, Forrest and Joy and Dizzy. Good to see all you guys. I need a sound check. I noticed during a playback of one of my lives that I sounded really low, and Joe says that sometimes I sound really low to him. So I need some feedback from you guys in the chat. It's time for a new headset with a good mic. And Joe's on me about my shitty stuff.
No, not at all. Just your volume level. That was it.
No, I appreciate the feedback though, because I don't normally go back and rewatch our lives, right?
Yeah, I don't either. I hate the way I sound. I do. I hate listening to myself.
I don't really ever have a reason to go back and review them because I know what we talked about, right? So I don't have a habit of doing it, but I did the other day, and I was like, man, I sound really low. I sound okay to you, Forrest? Good. Okay.
Yeah, I think your volume level is sounding better. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, maybe it was just that one show. Maybe I had an issue, but I will, guys, be trying to invest in some better equipment soon. So how was everyone's weekend so far?
Weekend. It's the weekend, is it?
Sunday, salty
Wow.
Sunday, and boy, do I feel a little salty. I was the other day. Good thing I wasn't live because I was like, I don't know what was wrong with me. Like it wasn't a full moon, and I didn't have a rough night of sleep or anything like that. I just woke up in a damn mood, and I thought, man, that was not my day to go live anyway, so nothing was scheduled. It was like, oh goodness. Welcome in, Leslie and Billy. Good to see you here. Always appreciate you coming in. So we do have some case updates to get to this morning before we get into our big discussion. We are going to look into the investigation into Brian Kohberger. Some particular dates and things I wanted to kind of go over. And before that, though, we will get started with some case updates. And I really don't want to wait too long on those. We're going to go ahead and start with the first one. Anybody who comes in late can catch it on the replay if they missed part of it. But all of you, well, if you've watched the channel long enough, you know that I have followed the Madeline Soto case from the day she disappeared, as well as Sebastian Rogers. So we have two updates this morning, one for Maddie and one for Sebastian. I don't do a lot of updates on Sebastian, but something came out that I did want to present. And let me just go ahead and do this. Michelle After Dark, if you guys aren't subbed up and watching her, you are missing out. So we need to put her link in the chat because I absolutely love her. You may not, but go do you and go give it a chance. Her Delphi coverage was amazing. I was on to her long before Delphi though. And I always thought this lady's pretty cool. She knows her shit. She's smart. She's analytic. She's not dug in. She doesn't have a dog in the hunt, so to speak. So it's like good coverage. integrity, and all the good things. So I watched all her Delphi coverage. I mean, she was literally got to the point where she was the only one that I watched. She's the only one I will watch right now with anything to do with Sebastian Rogers. And I had some stuff lined up for this morning, but in her live this morning, she presented something, and I was like, "Whoa, I didn't see that yet." So I told her thank you, but I'm gonna use a little bit of that as well that she turned me on to. So shout out to Michelle for being very thorough. And doing a really good job on the cases that she covered. She killed her Brian Koberger live the other day, I thought, and she killed that Sebastian Rogers live this morning. So if you want a deeper dive on what's going on with Sebastian right now, you can go over and take a look at her live from this morning. It's really in-depth stuff, and today we just don't have a lot of time to go in-depth with it as far as she did. She was going to discuss Koberger, but she's tired of reading right now because she had a headache, and I don't blame her. So she decided to present that Sebastian stuff, and because there is things going, a little bit of movement, if you can call it that, in the case. So, but yesterday, guys, would have been Madeline Soto's 14th birthday. And so we're going to take a moment to take a look at something that the community put together and held for her yesterday. I was quite aggravated that it wasn't live. Apparently it was live on the Facebook feed, but I wasn't in that group at that moment. So because I don't normally join the Facebook groups, but even after I got in there, I still couldn't find a link to it anywhere. And I was so aggravated. I even made a phone call. And I was like, look, are y'all going to present this news piece or not? Because I think it's important. And they promised me they were. And unfortunately, though, I got it from another broadcasting network because they did a better job. Good morning, 857. Welcome in. Always good to see you as well. So, yes, guys, yesterday would have been her 14th birthday. I believe the 26th. I even hate saying, I can't remember now, 26, 28, 26. She and Sebastian disappeared on the same day. So we are coming up on a year that they announced that Maddie was missing and that Sebastian was missing. We all know Maddie's fate. We're still wondering where Sebastian's at. So let me pull up the screen to bring up the piece on Maddie, because it's important. And oh wait, that was the wrong button. Here we go, share. This was a local news piece that dropped about what they did. They had a memorial, welcome in 12 gauge. So they did a remembrance memorial for Maddie yesterday, held at a park, and they are trying to build a bench, to place in the park, which is a great idea, a good way to honor Maddie. But her family and friends came together. Of course, her mother was not there. So surprise, surprise, right, Joe?
Yeah.
So yeah, mom wasn't there, but the other family members were there, and some friends were there, and they did a really nice job. I watched it live on another channel I don't normally watch. I don't know how. Oops, hold on.
Ruh-roh. Smoke detector's going off. Somebody cooking some bacon?
No, this house is freaky. If it senses heat, it will start doing that. And it's weird because I guess my son's making breakfast for the grandbaby. But you can just turn the burner on sometimes, and the heat alone will make that damn thing go off. We can't figure out what's wrong with it. So it happens from time to time. But no, nothing's burning down. Yeah, right. My thoughts, she's still hiding from that public. We are so vicious and mean, and just because we got questions. And I had told Joe previously, I really wanted to get that live link because I wanted to make it just about Maddie without talking about, who. But you can't avoid it sometimes. So there's some stuff in here about that on this news clip. But let me go ahead and get this started, guys. And if you want, hold on. He knows to close his bedroom door and it makes it stop. You can smell the bacon from here, probably because my grandson is obsessed with bacon, and that's probably what he's in there cooking him. They usually do that on Sundays. The child loves him some bacon. And he likes it cooked a certain way. like, crunchy versus soft or whatever.
Hmm.
How do you prefer your bacon?
I actually vary. It depends on if I'm just eating it straight up. I still like it a little bit loose, but if I'm
Hmm.
putting it on a sandwich like a BLT, then I like it
Oh, yeah.
crispy.
Yeah, my sister, man, we used to go to Waffle House because we're down here below the Mason-Dixon line. We love us some Waffle House. So we'd go to Waffle House, and every time she ordered her bacon, she'd tell that girl, "Now you better make sure it's extra crispy." Like she wanted that shit, crispy. And if it wasn't, she's gonna send it back every time. I'm like, holy cow.
That's why I like my hash browns. Like
Oh,
Waffle House, those cooks get so lazy. They send the hash browns out like only half cooked, and I'm like, no, they
right.
got to be crispy.
Well, 12 gauge, you're doing better than the rest of us if you're drinking a protein shake. Hats off to you, buddy. I drink too. I'm still on coffee this morning. Um, Extra crispy is the way to go, Lindsay says. All right, guys. We all are getting in on our bacon talk. All right, Maddie, and you know, um, I I know she's resting easy now compared to the life that she had, right? So we'll let this play out. But here we go. Remember, like I said, yesterday would have been her 14th birthday. Excuse me, we all do know that she celebrated that 13th birthday at her grandma's. And then a couple of days later, she had the birthday party at her grandma's that her mom didn't attend. And then that night, she went home from her birthday party and was never seen again. So, bless her little heart. Here we go.
It's been nearly a year since 13-year-old Madeline Soto was found dead on the side of an Osceola County road. And tonight, her community paid tribute on what would have been Maddie's 14th birthday. West 2's tonight, Gebra shows us the service of remembrance for her in St. Cloud.
She was full of life, and she was trying to find her way.
On what would have been her 14th birthday, people in St. Cloud celebrated for Madeline Soto to show that she forever lives in their hearts.
I hope you're dancing in the sky.
Almost a year since the young girl was killed, the crowd at Lakefront Park on Saturday wore shirts with words reading, "Justice for Maddie, Forever 13, be the voice." One of Maddie's friends wrote a poem about how much she misses her.
But I feel pain knowing you're doing fine up above. I'll try not to cry, I'll try not to shed, but I'll always be lucky you were my friend.
She was someone who loved music, dancing, arts, and journaling. A wall of 100 stuffed animals was on display at the service. They were picked up from the memorial site near the place where Maddie's body was found.
I was there several times when young children would come with a little stuffed animal with their parents and go over and put it on the fence. It was so heartrending.
The community in St. Cloud says the tragic case of Madeline Soto serves as a reminder that they need to work together to better protect young children.
How many times, if ever, those who notice Maddie's odd behaviors reported her?
I think that parents need more support right from the beginning, because this is happening to children younger and younger and younger.
The St. Cloud police chief says everyone has been heartbroken by this. He shared a letter from the mayor.
The children in our community shall forever feel unconditional support, and their voices will always be heard.
Advocates are working to place a bench in the park in memory of Maddie. Their long-term goal? Building a children's museum in Florida to honor all the lives lost to violence.
Justice means understanding how these tragic losses came to be, and what can we do to bring these disparities to a decline.
Covering Osceola County in St. Cloud, Sanega Bergadges, West 2 News.
I wish they would have shown more of that, because the little friends had read poems, and it was a very nice memorial, and I'm going to reach out to somebody because I want one of those t-shirts. I'm going to put a video together later today with some photos of Maddie in there, just as a little honoring Maddie, because she deserves justice, and I don't think Stearns is going to get any of his motions and he's trying to keep the public completely out of any of his hearings. He wants the doors closed and locked and no public allowed. But you know what, Stearns? You didn't care about driving around in public with this baby in your car slumped over for every camera in town to see, thank God. And then it captured you driving across town into the parking garage of the hotel and transferring her to your trunk. Thank God it's on camera. And then it catches you traveling all the way out to the edge of town until you leave the edge of town, and then God intervened and gave you a blowout or a flat tire. And then an eyewitness saw you changing that tire and pinpointed his location, and they were able to find Maddie. So, yeah. Welcome to Florida, Stefan Stearns. I hope you enjoy your stay. That's all I got to say about that. God bless Maddie. You know, I mean, such a beautiful child. You guys, I have so many photos of her from when she was little, and she was so precious. You know what I mean? And I realized reviewing those photos last night that a lot of those were taken during the time she was being harmed the most. But she still had a beautiful smile on her face, you know, and it just made me really want to see Stearns fry for what he did.
And we saw from the pictures in her room that she loved stuffed animals too. So that was really touching.
And yes, the thing about that is out there where there is one thing I wanted to show you guys, because we have a lock out there from our channel. Mind of Monsters is a channel who advocates for the missing, and she's local to the area. Maddie was basically in her backyard. So she would always travel out to the site where Maddie was found. Well, the homeowner at some point, or the landowner, he wasn't being rude, but he didn't want the memorial to stay there, right there on the side of the road where she was found. So they gathered all of the things and took them somewhere, and then they made that's where that came from. They put that all together from the stuff from the memorial. Now, what is still out there at Maddie's site is the locks, and they're locks of love for Maddie, and different people would go out there and put them up. And Kimber, my old co-host from the very beginning, purchased a bunch of locks, a lot of locks, and Mind of Monsters then wrote all of our names on them that were in this little group, and she went out and placed our locks out there. So there is a lock out there on the lock line from Salty Sleuth Investigates. So that would include all of you, right? That's what we are here at Community. So it wasn't just like for me, it was for my entire community, knowing that we support Madeline. And I wanted to show you guys that. Let me see, where did I put it? Right. I hope it comes up, because it was on a Facebook, so I don't know if we'll be able to see it that great. I don't know. Let me check. Okay. We'll stop playing. And there is a video over on Mind of Monsters channel where she takes all of those locks out there and she tells you all that good stuff. For some reason, is it not going to let me share? Okay. This is from a Facebook post in the Justice for Madeline Soto group, and it gives you an idea of the locks that are out there. But yeah, if we could drop, Forrest, can you drop Michelle After Dark's link in the channel, in the chat, and I'll grab Mind of Monsters and drop it in, so you guys can go view her video on her taking these locks out there. So let me let this play. I don't think there's any volume on this one. I can't recall. The lady's just talking, but she's showing that was one of Maddie's favorite colors there. I don't think it had, oh, sorry.
In the
There we go.
green color. And I received several of these. I think what we might do is allow people to sign them at the event, and then we'll put them out on the post. With a signature on them, because
this is not Mind of Monsters. The ones on the bottom are the ones that Mind of Monsters put out, but this is a different lady. I just wanted to clarify that with you guys. What's her last name? Who are you talking about? for us?
The first gal that you wanted him to drop the link in.
Okay, it was Michelle After Dark and Mind of Monsters. That's the channel, Mind of Monsters, also known as Mom, but the channel is Mind of Monsters. Thank you. Sorry.
It's a beautiful day out here. It always is a beautiful day out here at Maddie's place. Okay, here we are at Maddie's post.
I'm sorry. So again, I just wanted to show you guys what this is, the location where she was found. Right across the street from this fenced area here is where the little pull-off spot was on the side of the road, is exactly where he changed that darn tire and carried her across the highway, 2-lane country highway, and into this the patch of bamboo back here. And like I said, the guy saw, an eyewitness saw him changing that tire, and that's how they pinpointed the location of where Maddie was. But again, the locks on the bottom are from the Mind of Monsters and all of us here in the communities, and then these on the top have been sent in by other people. But I just thought I wanted to show you guys that, because people are still, we have a memorial set up near the foot of the bridge where Gannon's stock was dropped off by Letitia, and we all make sure it stays pretty, you know, dropping things off here and there for him. I need to go down there and film that area for you guys, and show you, because the people in the community really, you know, did a nice thing by doing that, because I'll never forget, you know, I watched that story unfold from the time he disappeared, and then one day I'm watching my local news and they're like, this body found in a suitcase under the bridge. And like a day or two later, it came out that it was Gannon. And I was like, wait a minute. He goes missing from Colorado. What is he doing in Florida? How did he get here? You know, and so we have a memorial there for him. So shout out to the people who do have memorials and can get out there and take care of them and honor these victims in the way they deserve to be honored. So I wanted to share that, guys, with you about Maddie. But yeah, if you want to... So like I said, Mind of Monsters has a video of her placing those locks out there. And then I wanted Michelle dropped, because she does a great job on her live this morning, going over the latest in the Sebastian Rogers, like really thoroughly. So let me pull up my screen again. Yeah, poor Gannon. Luckily there was GPS on that damn U-Haul, and they know exactly where she went. And then after she dropped him off, she turned around and went back across the other bridge and right back into Pensacola and got herself a little hotel and spent the night. I wish I'd have been driving across that bridge when she was parked on that bridge in that U-Haul. She might have got arrested that night then and there. But it wasn't in the cards. I'm not out driving around late at night. Okay. Actually, before I go into Sebastian for a second, I want to bring there's going to be a case I'm going to be presenting a deep dive on, because we have had lot of local move. This is a local missing child. She's been missing 24 years. Her name is Danielle Bell. She went missing when she was 14 years old. Her sister is on TikTok and other platforms advocating for her sister. So finally, national news picked up this story after 24 years. And I think I can't recall if I played that here or not yet, but so I have spoke with Danielle's sister. So I'm going to be putting together a show, because we really need to get some information out there. And I know a lot of you are not local to my area, but you never know who knows what out there in YouTube land. You never know who's watching. There's so many variants that went into her case, and there are persons of interest, and I want to help her sister. Sorry, I promise to help the family get it out there. I keep sharing it on my personal social media locally. I'm sharing it on my YouTube, on my Twitter page, and I want to start presenting this case to you guys, because it's just something that has been with me for years. There's been a lot of speculation, a lot of rumors. I'm not going to go into the details of any of those here yet, but we need eyes on the case and eyes on the story. So here we go with some. This is Danielle Bell missing out of Cantonment, Florida, which is right outside of Pensacola, Florida.
It's been nearly 2.5 decades since anyone reported seeing 14-year-old Danielle Bell alive. She was last known to be at a Cantonment park. And while her family has a theory about what happened to her, no one is charged in Danielle's disappearance.
Despite all that time and lack of answers, Bell's family is not giving up hope. Tonight, the teenager's father and sister share with us how they're still trying to close this case. WEAR Samantha Sturbin joining us in the studio. And Samantha, this case has a lot of moving parts.
So many moving parts. In fact, the sheriff's office has 13 3-inch binders full of information on this case. They say it's still an active investigation, one where they need your help placing the last pieces of the puzzle.
She was special. You know, she was a sunshine. Miss her every day.
Sitting on a picnic bench at a park off Well Line Road, Matt Bell gets emotional, thinking about the fact that this is the last place his daughter Danielle was seen alive.
Just tough. I have to write. This is what I got to write by.
Let's take you back to September 28th, 2001. Danielle Bell was 14. Her older sister Bonnie walks us through her last known footsteps.
My sister went to a party in the park. From there, she was seen getting in a white Lincoln Town Car.
Investigators say that's when she went to a party at Robert Bassett's home on Cedar Tree Lane.
I didn't know she was hanging around these people. I never knew. This would have been a automatic snatch. You're out of here. You're not going there. You're not hanging around guys 24 years old. You're 14 years old.
Neither Danielle nor that white town car were ever seen again. Matt Bell says Danielle was living with her mother at the time, though she was expected to move back in with him the following Monday. Bell says he didn't even know his daughter was gone until 2 days later when he gets a phone call from her mom.
Sunday night, I get a call about 9 o'clock. Said, hey, Danielle never came home Friday. So you think I ought to call the law? I said, are you kidding me? I said, you called me on Sunday to let me know my daughter didn't come home for 2 days? I said, yes, you call the law.
Despite search after search, year after year, investigators never uncovered a crime scene, and Danielle's never come home.
The not knowing is the hardest part of the whole thing.
To the best of my recollection, this is probably the most work case that I can recall in 28 years at the sheriff's office.
Escambia County cold case investigator James Larry Hall Jr. says to this day, Danielle's case is still open. He's even been in touch with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, asking them to review the case and the investigations that spawned out of it.
There were some arrests that were made earlier on.
Alfredo Sanchez was sentenced to 40 plus years in prison for 2 counts of lewd and lascivious behavior against juveniles between the ages of, I think, 12 and 15.
Detectives say Sanchez was charged with those sex crimes as a result of the investigation into Danielle's disappearance. Investigators arrested Robert Bassett in January 2002 for stalking and threatening a man they had questioned about Danielle's disappearance. Detectives went as far as searching Bassett's home and the septic tank outside, with no luck.
There was some tremendous focus on some of those suspects, and they were never eliminated from being possibly responsible for her disappearance. Never got to the point where there could be an arrest, but they certainly were never eliminated.
Detective Hall says Sanchez, Bassett, and another man continue to be people of interest in Bell's case.
Everybody said, well, she's dead, they killed her, and I said, I don't know that. I don't know what you do. There's people being found every day that's 25, 30 years ago. That's my hope. That's my hope. Because I'll never give up.
Now, nearly 24 years after Danielle disappeared, Bonnie is taking advantage of ever-changing technology to put her sister's face back in the spotlight.
Hi, my name is Bonnie, and my sister Danielle Bell has been missing since September 28th, 2001.
Her videos, drawing more than 13,000 followers, that number growing every day.
I feel like somebody needs to fight for her and that the whole truth needs to be told.
Danielle would have turned 38 this year. If you have any information about what happened to her, where she is, or where her remains may be, call the Escambia County Sheriff's Office. In the studio, I'm Samantha.
I'm very proud of her sister for getting out there and taking advantage of social media, and the two guys that were mentioned, they're both in prison. And I know that I don't mean to describe him in this nature because I can't remember his name. Bassett was the black gentleman. I know that he not only harassed one of the other suspects, the third, unnamed at this time, but he also had some threats, I think, made against Danielle's sister, the lady you just saw, because she was speaking out. But she has not spoken with Sanchez or seen Sanchez since his last court appearance when he went to prison. She's starting to release some case information, so I'm gathering this stuff, and I don't know if she's been really busy lately. Podcasters are taking notice. There's a chance we may can get her to come on and talk with us and elaborate more about circumstances. So hopefully we can get, the goal is to get the local people, and I'm going to share my live on, I have a Facebook I set up a long time ago for the channel, but I never use it, and I need to start utilizing it because I'm going to start I want to put it out there, and and then I can share it for locals because we got to get somebody to start talking. People do know what happened to Danielle. Like I said, there's been rumors for 24 years about what happened to Danielle, and my sister and I have been all over it from day one. We know all the rumors. We've tried to chase down leads for years, so it's just a case that's very personal and close to me, so I wanted to present that, and anybody, share it out there. You never know where some of these players ended up. Some of the people who were here in town 24 years ago may have moved on to other parts of the country, so that's the reason, we need to get this stuff out there. Welcome in, Norma. How are you this morning?
So, Salty, what do you think about one of the first things that Dad said in that interview? Mom not calling him or the police for 2 days or 2 nights.
Well, there's a whole story behind Mom, and I know that Bonnie has already put some things out there, so I'm gonna say what I'm comfortable with right at this moment because I want to be careful. The mother knew Sanchez. Sanchez was 24 years old. Danielle was 14. Danielle at the time was living with her mom. Dad said she was due to move back in with him. There were just things going on that Danielle didn't care for at her mom's house and things he didn't care for, so he wanted her back home with him, and she agreed. But that weekend, she wanted to go spend some time with her friend, and he said it was a little girl that she hung out with, a really great little kid, and he thought that's where she would be for the weekend, and he would get her on Sunday night, or Monday morning, rather. So Danielle's mother, unfortunately, enjoyed things that weren't good, and she was apparently receiving these things from Sanchez. And at some point, he and Danielle became involved, and she allowed it. And I think Bonnie caught some hell in a chat, a comment section. She put a video out about it, actually, that I guess she said something about her mom, and someone's like, oh yeah, I always blame the parents, and she literally laid it out. Her mother knew her 14-year-old daughter was seeing a 24-year-old man, did nothing about it, was purchasing her choice of stuff from this guy, so therefore you're already allowing a bad influence around your daughter, right? And then, like I said, the piece said she left that Friday and didn't come home, and she didn't call her dad. The mother didn't call the dad till Sunday, and you could tell he was very upset about that. Why she waited all weekend, we don't know. I'm pretty sure she knew that Danielle was with Sanchez, because she didn't care. That was her supplier, So, whatever. So I do know this, it's sent, I can't recall what year, 2000, I can't even quote the year right this moment. But Danielle's mother has since passed away from a drug. That's pretty much the gist of it. You know what I mean? So another, parent exposing their child to some things they should never have allowed, red flags, people, and things like that. And who knows, I guess if you're under the influence of certain things, you're not thinking right to begin with. So, but I will bring a deeper dive onto that case when I speak with Bonnie again. We speak by email right now. That's what we're both most comfortable with. All right, guys, we're going to move on. Thank you for taking the time to review that with me, though. I appreciate you guys not minding me putting that out there to get some eyes on it, okay? And in fact, if any of you guys have a case like that in your hometown close to you that you've known about for years, because I got another one. Tiffany Daniels is the second one. And these two mothers, Danielle's mother and Tiffany's mother, I know had a relationship at one point. They were like support for one another. But if you guys have a case like that, hang on, baby. My grandson's knocking. Anyway, if you have something like that you want presented for eyes to be on it, hit me up in the email. I'm not afraid to help you get it out there. Let me hold on one second. He sucked helium and had to come and tell me about it. Okay. Lord, boys. But yeah, guys, like I was saying, if there's any cold cases like that of missing children from your area that you, or anybody, and you want that out there, you can let me know and we'll take a look at stuff like that. All right, so we're going to move into the next case update, and it's on Sebastian Rogers. Like I was telling you, we were going to bring the latest on that. I don't know if you guys have seen any of this or not, but there was a new video that was given to a news agency, our local news affiliate there, and it wasn't supposed to be released until I think next week. And it was given to them with a tweet like it was supposed to be next week. Like, I don't care about all that. Yeah, that's between you and the station. But we're going to review this piece. Let me put the screen up. This is one of the most in-depth pieces on it that I found. And like I said, Michelle does a deep dive on it this morning. So if you really want a good update on this, go and check her out. Here we go.
News to bring you. We have new video that the family of Sebastian Rogers and a private investigator helping them with his cause believe could be significant in the search for this missing 16-year-old. Our Holly Thompson first broke the story at 3 o'clock and asked the private investigator why he believes this is so significant.
The private investigator is helping Katie and Chris Proudfoot search for their son, Sebastian Rogers, who vanished so far without a trace from his home. That was almost a year ago. The family hired Steve Fisher late last year to take on Sebastian's case. Now, Steve says the video they're focused on now could be a break in the case. He says if you look closely, it shows a person in dark clothing in Sebastian's neighborhood right around 12:17 a.m. the night Sebastian disappeared. He says that person appears to hide behind a car when someone walks the dog nearby. Then that person takes off in the opposite direction. I asked Steve how significant this video is, video the public has never seen.
So what we found, we went through over 100 hours of surveillance, and it wasn't until the third pass through the surveillance that we even spotted this person. Is this person accounted for? Does law enforcement know who this individual is? Do they even know about this person in the video? And if they do, have they accounted for who that is?
Steve told us the TBI also had a copy of this video. We reached out to them asking why they never released it. Now, there is still an active Amber Alert out for Sebastian. Hundreds of hours have been pouring into finding him. Ground searches, drone mapping, the use of scent dogs, and the scouring of surveillance video. So what's next in the search? I asked Steve that question, and you can see where he says they will soon focus their search in the WSMV4 News app. The family did sit down with me one-on-one. I'll have that full story for you on the day 1 year ago that Sebastian went missing. That's Wednesday, February 26th.
So there will be a Katie and Chris interviewed aired that day. And I think it's necessary and needed that people need to be fair, because I know what a lot of channels out there are saying about them and their involvement, but we got to rely on the TBI. I have the full video of that one, of the footage they have, and but I wanted to show you guys something that pertains to that, because they said that the TBI, I was like, so did the TBI have this? What's going on here? Because that is definitely somebody walking, and Kellen Road is one road over, and the person walks back toward the construction area. Let me see, what did I do with it? It's news. Okay, here it goes. This is going to talk about, I'm going to read it to you guys. I'm not going to watch the video from this piece because it's aggravating, but on YouTube, I have the whole video of that thing. All right, so this is a news piece that I found talking about this. Steve Fisher, a private investigator working with Chris and Katie Proudfoot, Sebastian's biological mother and stepfather, said the video appears to show a figure walking on Kellen Lane, a block over from Sebastian's residence. Fisher said it was taken at 12:17 a.m. the night Sebastian went missing. It's definitely a person, said Fisher. It looks like a thin person wearing dark clothing. It kind of did to me. Walks down south on Kellen Lane behind a vehicle and appears like he or she is trying to, what the hell? Get out of my way. Are you kidding me? Jesus. That cat's back in my damn window trying to climb up it, and I just fed her. I'm sorry, walks down south on Kellen Lane behind a vehicle and appears like he or she is trying to stay out of eyesight of the person walking their dog. So there's a person walking their dog that I couldn't see, but I guess people can see it in the video. And then he appears to hide from that person. They go behind this car for a little while, then they turn around and come back the same way they came from. Fisher said a person walking their dog had passed by moments earlier in the footage. The block is near, maybe we didn't see that part. The block is also near an ongoing construction site that Fisher said a tracking dog potentially hit upon, which he did, the pond right behind the construction company there, our construction site. But what I wanted to get to was the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, working with TBI in the case, has said there has been no confirmed sightings of Sebastian since he went missing. As for the new surveillance video, Sheriff Eric Craddock sent Fox 17 a news statement that law enforcement has had possession of the original video since 72 hours after Sebastian was reported missing. So here it is a year later, it's being leaked to the public by Steve Fisher. But questioning if TBI is aware of it, kind of thing, do you know who these people are? But they've claimed they've had it since the first 72 hours. And they also went on to say, after thoroughly investigating this lead, we determined that it has no relevance to the case. I'm like, did they identify the person or persons, the dog walker and the other person in the video? What was this person doing walking up and down the street in the middle at midnight? Who were they? That's important. And Michelle made a statement that I totally agree with. It is about time for law enforcement to come out a year later and give us some solid updates. Debunk this footage, talk about it, the things that are actually part of the investigation. I don't care about the social media stuff. You know what I mean? People are going to do them. But I think that's important, do y'all want to watch that whole video without interruption just to see for yourselves if you can see anything, and you see you can see the person walking, but you can't make out who is. Do you know what I mean?
I can't even tell if it's a ghost or not.
Ghost. Let me pull up this other video because Steve enhanced the one I think they showed to like brighten it or whatever, and this one is just it's just the video. I think this may have part of that bright enhancement. Let me see. Okay, like it doesn't have any sound, guys, so it's not. All right, let me start it over. So it starts here, and they've got it circled on the area you should be looking at. Let me make this large. Okay. You can see the shadow. You can see the person if you look hard enough. Like a shadowy part, you know what I mean? You can't tell that if it's male, female, or any of that. But it's a very interesting time frame, and it's very interesting that it's on Kellen Road. And it's very interesting that it's just after midnight. And that would be around the time Sebastian walked out that front door. Let me just say that, upon further investigations of actual facts from the case, based on what we know. There's the person or the figure walking back the other direction. And here's I think the unenhanced. I really don't know what they're looking at right there, but you can see movement. There it goes again. But this is the unenhanced walking up the road, right? And then that person does go back down the road. Do you think it's related or unrelated? Do we believe the TBI? Would they tell us for sure? Because if this person, okay, say that this...
Just days after an Idaho judge denied motion.
Okay, Koberger slipped in there out of nowhere. Get away. All right. If that had been Sebastian, right, and he walked back, a car can come down Ward Lane and park through the cemetery right there at the pond. Once you get across the pond, you could enter a car and drive back through the cemetery down Ward Lane, which is a very dark country little road, and out of the area. The dog hit on that pond and stopped. Did the person get in a car and leave? I don't know what to make of it, but what do you think? Do you think there's a chance or a possibility that's Sebastian? What do you guys think in chat? I want opinions. I honest opinions.
It's just too blurry to figure out.
Apparently, TBI figured it out. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They must have superior investigation skills.
Well, a lot of times they enlisted even the Secret Service. They do a lot of video enhancements. So
yeah, which are not usable in court, but are good investigation tools.
Yeah. Well, they were used in court, Joe.
Where?
Delphi. Jesus Christ. All right, guys. I don't know what Joe's not having enough coffee over there or something. I had to do that. So I don't know. I would love to see a cleaned up, high quality enhancement if the law enforcement did it and not some armchair detective. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Gray Hughes is going to tell me all about it here, I'm sure. But
y'all saw my Elantra video that I did in Koberger.
Yeah. Did y'all see mine where I put the PCA and the times and circled the times? You see that?
Yes, that was awesome work. That was really good work.
Well, thank you.
I appreciated that.
Well, thank you. I worked hard on that little thing. Canva and CapCut sometimes may not be your friend, but I think I've got them figured out. But I just wanted to place that car and the movements right there with the PCA words in front of their face. Do you know what I mean? Whether that doesn't mean I don't know who's in that car, but I know that white sedan on Linda Lane moving around over there at specific times is also the car that the PCA describes. And I know it's doing something fishy over there, but I don't know who's in it. I can't see that part. I can't even tell you what kind of car it is. I can tell you I think it may look like an Elantra, but I don't know. I'm no FBI car identification specialist. So hopefully the TBI will come out with some sort of statement, on the 1 year anniversary of Sebastian going missing. And I'm going to be watching that Chris and Katie interview because, I have my thoughts. I mean, honestly, I don't think Katie harmed her child. I don't think Seth kidnapped him and has him stashed somewhere. I don't believe either of those. But everybody can believe what they want. I know a lot of people believe the green team and that, Katie did this. And then I know people also believe that, Seth was pissed and kidnapped his own sons, got him stashed somewhere. I couldn't imagine going a year without not trying to contact my kid. I got stashed somewhere and checking on him. So I'm sure the TBI is watching them very closely. They see what social media is saying. You know what I'm saying? So I got left with the conclusion that child walked off. Probably somebody he met online, because we now know he did have access to online communications, regardless what was first put out there. And did he walk to that pond? And did he get in a car and leave with somebody? And do they have such grainy ass footage of this car they can't even tell what kind of car it is because it was so dark out there? Do you know what I mean? And they won't put that information out there because then the person's going to know. They know I got this kid. Now, do I keep him safe or do I need to get rid of him? That's the risk that we have. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah. It's a fine line
Mm-hmm.
that law enforcement and the public information officers have to figure out exactly what do we and what don't we share with the public.
Now, they could come out and say, totally debunk that video, even if they believe it is Sebastian. Do you know what I'm saying? They could come out and tell us whatever they want. And honestly, if it's going to help keep that case safe, then I'm all for it. Because I feel like if there is somebody out there that did take Sebastian and they have him and he's alive and well, and he's just chilling and he's cool, that person may get nervous if they think they got me or they know this child walked away. He's fine as long as everybody's blaming the parents, right? All that social media fighting and nobody really digging into these types of videos, that person's good to go. They're golden. Because hopefully the TBI is smarter than that. Hopefully they, otherwise they're dumb as rocks. That's all I can say about that. Now, either what is it? TBI is smart or stupid? I can't.
That's all I got to say about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it was trying to play Maddie. So we're gonna now move on to the investigation into Brian Koberger. Yeah, so Joy, right. I feel you, girl. I do give grace to Katie and Chris. I have my thoughts on certain things, that I didn't agree with, but that doesn't mean I think they did anything. As far as Jen, I've tried to give her as much grace as I possibly can, even to being the psychotic woman that needed a bunch of mental help. And just, but I do understand what you're saying there. So we're going to move into, because you guys, we went over all those motions to suppress, and we read and read and read for 2 days. And I was noticing particular dates that, I'm like, Then the transcript dropped. They promised us that from the closed hearing, and that was the IGG hearing. That document's like 170 something pages long. So I did finally read through it, and it's all IGG stuff. There's a lot of explaining IGG and all these different things, but I went through it and picked out particulars that I wanted to go over with you guys about it, and also some dates in the timeline as far as the investigation, how that was playing out. Before I do that, though, if you guys know, Ethan Chapin was one of the victims. His mother was Stacy Chapin, or is Stacy Chapin. I've always liked Stacy. She caught a lot of flack on the internet for her strong will people didn't understand how she could be so strong. They were devastated and really upset that Chris and Katie, you're on one hand, you're mad that the Gonzalez come out and wear their heart on their sleeve, and then Stacy comes out all strong, and you're like, what's wrong with her? Crazy shit. But Stacy had her views early on about this case, and she had stated that she probably wouldn't attend the trial because it wouldn't change the outcome. And I understood what she meant. Her being there wasn't going to change the verdict, right? And she had a set of triplets, and she had 2 of those children left on earth with her. And she was trying to do the best she could for them in the moment. And I had a feeling she may change her mind as time went on, because I understand that first few months' feelings are all mixed up and all over the place. And as time goes on, you think about things. So this is a piece that dropped. Stacy did a little interview here, and I want to play that before we move on to the Kohberger investigation parts, because, again, all these victims matter, and their families have every right to have a voice for them. So we're going to take a look at this. No parent bashing in this chat. I don't know. I know you guys won't, but there may be some lurkers out there, and I just want to make it clear. Just don't do it. You can have your opinions, but it's completely unnecessary.
Just days after an Idaho judge denied motions to exclude key evidence in the trial for Brian Kohberger, we're now hearing from the mother of one of the victims.
Yeah, Kohberger is charged in the brutal deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. And this afternoon, Fox 13 Shira Matsuzawa spoke with one of the victims' moms.
Sitting down with Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, she says they're blessed to have had 20 years with him. But they're constantly finding a way to move forward.
It's always kind of right at the forefront, so you have to learn to live with that.
Ethan, along with Xana Kronodal, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonzalez were stabbed to death in an off-campus home in November of 2022. Just last month, attorneys for Brian Kohberger, the man accused of killing the 4 University of Idaho students, filed motions asking the court to Judge Stephen Hippler denied those motions.
How could you not? Let's be honest. How could a judge not allow DNA? I mean, he basically said it in one of his hearings. He said, it's admissible every day and twice on Sundays. I mean, and that's how it would have been, you would have had to have fought tooth and nail if somebody didn't allow the DNA in it. That's crazy.
The ruling bringing the case one step closer to the trial scheduled to begin this summer. A trial the Chapin family has been adamant about not attending in the past.
I just feel this impending storm that's coming. We are, reconsidering, whether or not we'll go. That is a very difficult thing to think about. But, if we have to go, I don't know who else can represent Ethan other than his family.
Until then, Stacy's focus is on Ethan's siblings, who are set to graduate this May. As a triplet, Ethan would have been alongside them. His legacy now helping others get an education. The family started the foundation, which has since awarded $55,000 in scholarships to 35 kids, all in Ethan's name. Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
Guys, if you're interested, Ethan's Smile Foundation. Ethan worked at a tulip farm, when he was home, and he loved it. And they have 2 of his coworkers come up with an idea, and they approached their boss, and he just was like, yes. They created a tulip in honor of Ethan, and it's called Ethan's Smile. And you can order those tulips, and the money goes to the foundation. I need to I could drop the link in there, but you guys can Google it. Ethan's Smile Foundation, Stacy Chapin. I think there's an Instagram with the account with it and everything. If you're into that sort of thing, tulips won't grow well in my area, but I do want to get some and try. Yeah, I do. But I just wanted to bring that to you guys because I think it's important when these families come out and share their thoughts, and to honor them as well, because they absolutely have the right to come out. And she's right. Who else but to better represent her son than his family? So I hope that she can find the strength that she needs. And whatever she decides to do, I back 100%, 100%. Welcome in, Bullets and Bling, everyone watching. All right, so I think that was like the last thing I really wanted to present to you guys, and thanks for getting the case updates here with me. Ooh. Now, I guess I'll have to bring up some of these documents so we can look at them as I'm talking about it, especially the new one. I need to make this onto a chart to show you guys, because if you have a notepad, like Joe, if you've got a notepad, write this down, because I'm fixing to tell you guys something. And I didn't have time this morning to get it onto a chart like I wanted to present it. So I'm gonna pull up the documents that go with it and talk about it, because let me get my other set of notes here, because I wrote down each area where I wanted to look on what document, what page. Okay, so
Teresa on the case is joining us this morning.
oh, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, so I've got to get not a deep dive. I got to go back through some of these documents, because I need to find out, for my mind, when those FBI subpoena dates for the grand jury were. And I haven't spoke to Dolphin this morning, or Firefly, and I was going to tell them, do a quick check, because they're good at searching that stuff really quickly. But I had it wrote down somewhere, I thought, but I don't know what I did with the actual dates on when those subpoenas were pulled. But it's in the documents. But the reason I wanted to know was because they were pulling warrants, and WSU discovered that car before the IGG tip allegedly came in. And it's like, so how are we pulling warrants on somebody we don't know yet? Line stuff. And then I wondered, well, if WSU officers discovered that car, a 2015 white Elantra, that you got a bolo out on, 2013, 2016, registered to a Brian Koberger, and you pulled his driver's license and you saw bushy eyebrows, because that's in the PCA, and you noticed the license plate, Pennsylvania, because he hadn't transferred them yet. Moscow didn't know about that until a month later, till after they got the IGG and began to look into this dude. So how come WSU didn't call over to Moscow and say, hey, it's November 29th here, and we just discovered a 2015 white Elantra. You might want to look into this guy. Because December 20th, when the FBI gave them the tip. Does that make sense to y'all? Did y'all follow that?
Yeah, it's hard for me to follow all of the timeline jumping around in this case.
Okay, let me read this out on my piece of paper. November 16th, there was this is why you got to write stuff down. November 16th, AT&T cell tower search warrant was issued. That was the geofencing warrant. November 17th, that warrant was returned. Koberger's number did not show up because it was offline for 2 solid hours. November 22nd, the DNA off the snap was sent to the sheath was sent over to Othram Labs. November 26th, Detective Imel from the FBI opened up the search to include up to a 2016. An Amazon warrant was issued that same day, November 26th. November 29th, the WSU officers spot the car. December 10th, Othram ordered to stop work and hand it over to the FBI. It goes back to the ISP, then they send it over to the FBI. On December 19th, the FBI returned a tip. On December 20th, Brian Koberger was named. December 23rd, 2 AT&T warrants go out. December 23rd, Brian Koberger arrested. My only problem with that is when they spotted the car in the November of the 29th, why a month later the FBI is giving them this name? Why did them officers call over to Moscow and say, hey, look at this car? or did they? It's nowhere in the documents that that happened.
Right. Or did they? So after that, so in between there is when Akram sent the DNA off to the FBI. Is that correct? And then the
December
FBI.
10th, December 10th, Othram was
Yeah.
ordered to stop work after a meeting with all the investigators. December 19th, the FBI returned their tip.
Well, that would fit the conspiracy theory that they backed it into him from the DNA. They gave it to the FBI. They may have known about the car. They may have known about Brian Koberger, and then they backed it into his DNA, having him as a suspect already. I mean, that.
Well,
it would make sense to me if somebody wanted to argue that.
They're testifying they didn't know his name until the so there's nothing in there saying that WSU contacted them prior to the 20th.
There's nothing in there saying they didn't.
I know, exactly. So did they contact them back in November, and because I always felt like the two were coming down the pipe at the same time. Do you know what I mean? These were those works in progress. So did they contact Moscow on the 29th and say, hey, we got a suspicious car, suspicious guy, you may want to look at this guy? And they're trying to match up the car footage to that car because Detective Imel on the 26th opened up the search from a 2011 to 13 all the way up to 16, right?
And are they also at the same time trying to match up the IgG DNA with his DNA on that sheet?
That's what I'm saying, that those two investigations were coming down toward at the same time. It felt like, always felt that way to me, that the information was coming back. So if WSU contacted them in November and said, hey, look at this guy, Othram was already doing their work at that point, right? They'd already had the sheath DNA and was already engaged in their work, but they were told December 10th to stop, and then the FBI got it. Because Othram only got so far, they got down to the four brothers in a very low match to the profile they pulled. So then the FBI gets it, and they do 9 days later, they got their name. They worked fast. And, went into the two databases and searched.
Yeah, Akram only had it for a week because you said the 22nd was when they got it, and the 29th is when. Oh no, December. Yeah.
Let's see. I got my Othram note right over here. IgG sent to. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so from page 3 of the IgG thingy, sent to Othram on November 22nd. And then that's when it came back to the four brothers with a low match. December 10th, they met with the FBI to discuss Othram's work, and the Othram was ordered to stop work and handed it to the ISP, who then turned it over to the FBI. Now, the date made no sense to me because how can you return the name Koberger the very next day? And remember, the FBI was already pulling grand jury subpoena warrants on this guy. So I guess from the 10th, when they got it, it didn't take them long to get their tree developed and be pulling warrants on this dude to go to the grand jury with. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what? How does the timeline of him changing his license plate and then driving back to Pennsylvania with his dad fit in there?
He changed his license plate on right at his birthday, November, it was the end of November. Damn it, I can't remember now, Joe, exactly which day he changed the license plate. And I wanted to say his birthday was the 28th, which would have been WSU. Let me see if I got the story on that, because WSU, what plates did he have when they saw him? Let's see, I don't think it's in this article where he was pulled over in the August pullover close to the home. Let me see if it says what plates he had then.
His birthday's November 21st.
Okay, so maybe by the time WSU found the car, he already had the plates changed, because I know he changed them right after his birthday, right?
Yeah. You said they found the plates on the 29th, so that would have been a week plus 8. Plus a couple days.
So when they ran the car, what they did was they queried cars registered at WSU. And then an officer was patrolling his apartment complex, Steptoe Apartments, and spotted the 2015 Elantra. They ran the plates, and it came back registered to Brian Koberger. Now, which plates he had at that point, I can't remember if he'd already switched or not. But the plate came back registered to him. They pull his identification or his driver's license up, and they noticed bushy eyebrows. And that was the end of that in the statement, basically. November 18th, changed the plates. Thank you. November 21st was the birthday. Thank you guys, because sometimes all these dates in these cases get jumbled up, and I appreciate you guys when you jump in with the corrections. So it's like, I feel like, so now I'm thinking, and I don't have a problem with the IGG stuff. Honestly, if they want to change the law on it, go to the Supreme Court. But for now, it is what it is. It's been used in many other cases. So as they're developing that tree, they got that, Otham stopped work December 10th. It goes to the FBI. They immediately didn't take them long to start getting to him, because why else would you be pulling subpoenas for the grand jury, right? If you didn't have a good idea. Or maybe they did it because they had his name from the WSU car pull, right? And they're like, wait, well, this is the same guy coming off your IGG. Now let's pull warrants for I gotta make it make sense of the timeline. I don't know why. That isn't.
So then he got stopped in Indiana on December 15th.
Mm-hmm.
And so December 19th, you said the FBI got a return tip. So that tells me that that's when they pulled his trash, was like on the 17th or 18th. So return tip means they got a DNA match from whatever thing they pulled out of the trash. That's fast work.
The documents say what they pulled from the trash originally was a mixture, female, male, mom and dad, or sister and dad. I'm not sure which one. It doesn't elaborate on who the female was, and that's deep in that IGG, or in the new document I was telling you about, the transcript. They're explaining all of that. So then they were able to, though, single out the dad's DNA, and then it came. That was like a match to the probability to be the father of the person on that sheet. And then who's his son? Oh, Brian
Trash
Koberger.
pull was December 27th.
Says that isn't what happened. They were.
Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
What are you asking me specifically?
No. Go ahead. Read CH's
No,
comment. Yeah.
No, that isn't what happened. They were bored and got the bolo and ran the query through the parking lot. Who told you they were bored, not doing their job? So yeah, you're right. That's what I said. And one officer queried Elantras registered there. And then the other officer patrolled Brian Koberger's apartment at the Steptoe Apartments and spotted a 2015 white Elantra. Got a return, and the guy went to the lot for yeah, exactly. Anyway, grand jury was in May. Thank you. Trash pull was December 27th, Joe.
What was the date of arrest?
December 23rd. So that's not correct. Okay. What are we asking about the trash pull, though, for? Is that timing when the FBI started doing their work, right? So,
yes. Yeah, I was looking to see how quickly they turned around that DNA pull from the trash.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I got. Yeah, because we can't pull it up. But that's how they matched it back, was through the dad being the probable father of the person, of the DNA on the sheath, right? And so then when you look at he only has one son named Brian Koberger. And then when they swabbed Koberger, he was a match to the DNA on the sheath. And remember, we just reviewed that he was bagging up something in the kitchen while he knew the helicopter was hovering overhead. If y'all didn't see that show, go back and watch. It's all in the documents. Or this guy standing at the back door, clad in black. Imagine that. Clad in black at the sliding glass door of his parents' home. Helicopter flying ahead. Then they see him in the kitchen with rubber gloves on and a plastic baggie. They see him go to the garage and turn on his car. First, before the kitchen incident, someone goes to the garage where his car's parked, hits a key fob, unlocks the car. What's he doing? We don't know. Goes back into the house, then goes into the kitchen wearing rubber gloves and a baggie, putting something in a baggie. They see this from their helicopter high-powered lens. You don't notice there's a helicopter hovering above? You getting nervous? So when they swabbed him, he matched the sheath, but they matched him up because of his dad from the trash pull. So the trash pull was the 27th, flown to Idaho, and confirmation on the 28th. Let me do this. I believe you. I'm not, because I have notes here, but I don't exactly remember the day the trash pulled. But I know it's in them damn documents, but I can't remember exactly which one. But let me do something real quick. Let me mute so I'm typing. Don't bother you.
It doesn't bother me. I just noted that I could hear it.
Well, I wasn't talking to just you. That shit
Oh.
bothers me. Like, I don't even like hearing it on my end. So I can't be the only one, so I don't want to mute out.
Isn't that funny? So we migrated from typewriters to keyboards, and I'm pretty sure that at some point in time they invented a sound to click when you type the keys on a keyboard to not mimic a typewriter, but to kind of give that feel to it. I mean, the old original like Commodore 64 keyboards, they were just definitely a mechanical click there. But at some point, we migrated to these new technologies and keyboards, and there are some of them that you can actually, yeah.
They need to make them quiet. It's
Yeah.
always irritates me if I have to make an important phone call and you can hear them in the background. And I was like, oh my God. I don't even like hearing it when I do it. So I type a little slower. Sometimes I type fast depending. Okay. So this says the FBI collected trash from the family home of accused killer, Idaho killer Brian Koberger, in order to link him to the gruesome quadruple murder. The DNA profile recovered on December 27th. So the arrest date of the 23rd is wrong. And that was in a document. And I already knew what day he was arrested. What am I missing here? Maybe I wrote down a 3 instead of an 8. So did they test the baggie when? I'm sure they did. I am sure whatever was in that bag was taken, because they feel like did he go out to the car and get something out of the car and then take that and back in the house to put into the bag? And if you guys missed the show we did last on this, I read all of that straight out of a document. It's not something I'm making up or heard on the streets here on the YouTube land. It literally came out of the document telling you what they saw him doing. So, and how they were surveilling him and how they arrested him with the Bearcat and all the things. December 30th was the arrest. Okay, so let's see. The DNA profile recovered on December 27th from the garbage. So yes, December 27th was the trash pull. CH is right. In the Idaho State Lab showed a sample from the trash belonged to Koberger's father. So it was the Idaho State Lab who revealed that, I guess, with more than 99% accuracy. At least 99.99998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father, the document read. The DNA appeared to be the final link needed to allow authorities to confidently conduct an early morning raid of the Koberger home on December 30th. So arrest was December 30th. So if the Idaho State Lab was able to confirm from the trash pull it belonged to Koberger's father, then it went to Othram. And then they got back to the 4 brothers that were low matches to the sheath DNA. Then the FBI figures out, like, that doesn't, something's not adding up though to me. If they could get back to it being Koberger's father, what more did they need to do? The family tree. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
That's far back as you went.
I think we're getting there, trying to make sense of it.
Huh. The DNA appeared to be the final link needed. The authorities to confidentially conduct an early morning raid of his home on December 30th. And there's a photo of his parents' home. The sliding door back here is going to be facing the woods, and the garage is here on the side where the car was parked. Yeah, I know the trash pull has nothing to do with Othram. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying the timeline. We're picking up timeline. Othram was reviewing the DNA on the snap, right? So they recovered the Q1.1. That's where they developed the profile for Brian Kohberger off the sheath. But Idaho State Lab conducted the test on the trash pull and came back to Michael Kohberger. So then I guess the FBI had to take over and then build that back to make sure it went back to Brian Kohberger. Okay, kind of making sense. The 4 murdered students had been partying at a different location in Moscow before I'm not going to go through all the gist of that. See, there's the garage on the side of the house where the car would have been parked. There's a deck back here, and that's where the sliding door was that they saw him standing inside of. And then they see lights come on in his bedroom. And then this just talks about a court hearing that they held a while back. But I pulled that up to get some of the dates pulled out of there, and you guys were right. I'm glad they're so smart and on top of it. I love it.
I do too. I just got a quick comment about DNA, just general DNA analysis. And we've talked a lot about evidentiary things, and we've talked about geofencing, and we've talked about uncertainty related to data extractions from phones. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into forensics, and with the DNA evidence, we just saw a number published there that said there's 99.99998% probability that everybody else could be excluded from it. Okay, but there are 160 million males in the U.S., which means it's possible. And if I were a defense attorney, I might argue this. There are up to 32 people. 32 people could have contributed that DNA that weren't Brian Kohberger.
Let me ask you this. Now I need to know where them 32 people were that night.
Right?
So bring your argument, Mr. Defense Attorney. I love it.
No, I don't have to prove his innocence. You have to prove his guilt. And if there are 32 other people, there are 32 other people out there that could have contributed that DNA, not named Brian Kohberger.
But then I'm going to do my due diligence as an investigator and investigate those 32 people and prove that beyond a reasonable doubt if they were or were not in that area.
The DNA evidence is not going to lead you to the other 32 people.
Well, then what's your problem with the other 32 people? If the DNA evidence doesn't,
I don't have a problem. I'm just saying it could have been any one of them that we don't know. We don't know their names. We don't know where they're at.
Did you hear what you just said? I'm playing like I'm in court.
I love it.
We would get barred from court. We would get with that contempt. You attorneys, stop arguing. Characterize it that way. She hasn't so far. She's being, how she's characterizing it. We read that through the documents. She's, November 22nd, DNA from Meridian to Othram. FBI took it December 10th. Yeah, that's in the, Othram was ordered to stop that work on December 10th. Yes. Returned, on December 19th. That's what I have in my notes as well. So once they got the name Brian Kohberger from the IgG pool, is that when they went back and just say that WSU never contacted them? Did they go back and find something in a report there that led them there to that actual incident happening and then them talking to those guys? Or maybe they talked the whole time. That also led them to the pullovers, right? The one we have seen where he pulls out in the middle of the red light and gets stopped by the lady cop. And then we have the August stop that we have not seen. That's under seal because it's apparently Ashley Jennings says it shows him, and I have a story on that. Let's pull that up so you guys will have a visual to look at instead of me just talking about it because it's interesting to me. Doesn't mean anything. Again, innocent until proven guilty, all that good stuff. I'm not here to fight about that. I'm just discussing the facts of the case. Let me get his folder pulled up. Where are you at? Right here. Okay, here we go. And I remember, this when it happened, but it's been a while since we've talked about it because this happened back when this came out. All right, when word of this came out. And apparently it shows him alone in the car. He got a seatbelt ticket, but it's going to show a clear image of him in his car, and he's very close to the residence of the students. Let me get the screen up here. We'll review that. Okay. He was pulled over 1 mile from the I mapped it, I think it's a little over a mile, to like maybe 2. From the murder house, 2 months. Okay. So Brian Koberger, the man arrested for the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students, was pulled over by cops 1.5 miles away from the murder house of a couple of months before the killings. The Latah Sheriff County Sheriff confirmed to TMZ Koberger was stopped by police in August, or in late August, that would have been of 2022, less than 2 miles from the home where the murders happened, and ticketed for not wearing a seatbelt. And get this, Koberger was driving a white Elantra when he was pulled over in near the University of Idaho campus, just down the road from where the murders took place. And they show a map here. It was along the farm road, and I had it pulled up on my actual maps to show you guys that as well. And wait, where did I write that name of that one road down? Because you can't see it on there. Okay, let me go pull up the map if you guys are interested. I'll pull up the map and show you where that stop was at compared to the home. Jeff, I think you've probably seen this and mapped this stuff out. Anybody that's followed the case closely, I think, would remember this. When it came out, there had been this stop or whatever. Okay. So, oops. Okay. Right here. Let me get the screen up. Okay, this is, let me back out so I can show you guys something. This this is Highway 8. I changed myself to a yellow pointer so maybe you guys could follow when I do stuff like this. This is the West Pullman Road. It leads you toward Pullman or toward Moscow. And then this is Perimeter. He was stopped right here, pulled over for the seatbelt infraction. Now I'll show you the King Road house here. And that was also near, there was some other cameras around there. I don't know if they pulled camera footage from near that stop and tried to, I wonder if they did that, because if you got the guy, did you go back and pull cameras and see where that car had just traveled from? Do you know what I'm saying? Could you do that? I know they could. You could track it back. I would have. I'd have been like, you know what? This guy got stopped here in August. Let me backtrack down this road and go see if anybody's got footage still from then. If I can track his movements, was he near the King Road residence? You know what I'm saying? Did they see that car leave there and travel to where he got stopped? That's a speculation. If I'm a cop, I'm looking. I can't help myself. Let me take this down for a second so I can get it up the way I need to for you guys. Good morning, Texas Ranger. So Joy, the number. We have the IGG hearing, and there's experts in the field who testify about this IGG.
And you said most of that is pretty boring, but there are a couple of things you want to highlight in that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it may be boring to a lot of people because it is all IGG, but there's specifics about IGG, how it works, or presented, just different things that I think that's going to be tore apart in court by the experts, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, oh, there could be 36 people. Well, people are going to come in from the defense and say just that. But we also have experts from the Rylene is a ISP DNA lady. She's already in this case. She's going to be testifying for the state. The defense has her DNA expert. She just got her, The attorney, Becca Barlow, has been working the case. She filed her declaration a year ago, but now she's been brought onto the actual trial team. One of her specialties is DNA. They're going to
Oh
attack this.
no,
Yeah, they're going to.
Buzzraid.
Um, so they're going to attack that DNA any way possible. That's all they can do. Oh, Buzzraid, hey, Pokemon, good morning to you.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steve said he was going to portal people over when he was done with his murder church this
Oh,
morning.
nice. I would have joined up with him this morning, but I was too involved in that Sebastian Rogers stream I was telling you guys about with Michelle. But I saw that he was live with Murder Church. So I appreciate you guys coming on over and hanging out. What was I about to present to you guys? Shit, I lost it. Okay, we were talking about the 1 mile pullover. Oh, I know what I was doing. Duh. I lost myself for a second. Okay. Let me get my map back up. Because it's just interesting as to why that particular one wasn't released ever, you know what I mean, or leaked out, and then it's been brought up in the case recently, so it's going to be used for, I think they're going to call it identification purposes, like this is the guy, he did drive this car. But then I got to thinking, well, why can't they just go back and look and
Yeah, for those
see how that car traveled and where did it just come
for
from?
those that are just joining us, we're doing a deep dive into some Brian Koberger stuff, right?
Yeah, we're
getting
just
in,
looking at the investigation into Brian Koberger.
trying to get the timeline sorted out, trying to get the IgG sorted out, the DNA. There's
Yeah,
a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm looking at things that came out in the new documents recently with dates and dates this was happening and dates that was happening, and you can literally, it's like with the Stefan Stearns doc dumps, you can see the investigation unfolding, right? And people had so many questions about this sketchy, quote unquote, investigation to begin with. It's not looking so sketchy. Do you know what I mean? The only thing sketchy was, did the FBI violate anything? And if they did, that's between them and the company they did it with. But one of the documents says the two databases they access under the FBI policy, interim policy, it's a guideline that they don't have to abide by that rule. So that's a Supreme Court matter, not a me matter. You know what I'm saying? I'm not.
Yeah, it's like the argument that I made with the terms of service of those ancestral DNA sites. Like if they violate those terms of service between them and somebody who uploaded the DNA, that's a private matter. That's a civil matter. That's not a legal matter. There's nothing legally that says that site can't share it with law enforcement. Now, they may have their own internal policy that discourages them from sharing it, but there's no legal ruling that I know of at this point in time that says that they can't share it. And Bob kind of made a point on his channel the other day when he went over these docs, that it's like he feels like that may be a violation of your right to privacy. If one of your family members submits their DNA, are they violating your right to privacy? I'm like, how in the heck, how can you stop your family members from submitting their DNA? How can you stop that?
You only have the direct, if you upload yours, then that's your privacy. But yeah, how do you have the privacy connected to the people that have all these relatives that you probably ain't seen in decades, that don't even know about or uploading? You don't have a right to what they're doing with their own DNA. You only share a portion of that, not like the exact match. You know what I mean? So I saw that as well. I didn't get that argument. I don't think it's going to have legs personally. No shade on him, because I do enjoy him. But all right, so I am still over here playing. You know, yeah, you absolutely have a right to your own privacy, right? But that's not what happened here, because the judge asked Anne if to any of these sites, and she wouldn't answer him because the answer is no, which meant it would have meant he didn't have any claims to privacy at that point with that DNA off the IgG. And then the other argument was you needed a warrant, and this is something I've been wanting to point out because this is what's bothering me. Then First, you say you have a privacy right to all those people in the IgG tree. Then you turn around and say you got a privacy right to that DNA on that sheath being searched without a warrant, but yet you claim that's not your sheath. You were out driving around over here at Wawawee, or whatever you want to call it, park, stargazing on a cloudy night with no phone service.
I really don't get the argument that you need a warrant to collect evidence at a
You
crime
don't.
scene.
It's not an argument. It's a mute argument. She knows that. That would mean that then they could come in and say at some point, oh, well, you need a warrant to search those fingerprints. You need a warrant to test that blood you just found all over that victim. Come on. Is society ready to accept that? And that's a good question. Because I think that's crazy to think you can't search DNA found at a crime scene. That's where you don't leave it there.
Hey, CH. So this is I think the crux of the argument. Department of Justice policy is pretty clear about why they don't permit the use of private databases, but that's policy. That's not law. There's a difference between policy and law.
Okay, what I quoted about the FBI policy came straight out of the documents I read on my last show.
So say it again. Do you remember what you read again?
It said that the FBI's policy about going into GEDmatch and MyHeritage, best practice would be to get subpoenas, but they did not have to abide by that. They're the FBI. It says that in the document. So that's where I got that from. And yeah, the warrant argument, all of it, she failed to bring case laws to support what she was saying, because there's none on the IgG stuff. That's literally going to be a Supreme Court matter to get to later on. That's got nothing to do with this case, because there's been so many other cases that IgG tool was used. Okay, so what? That tool was used and your client's name came up. Then guess what? When they began to pull all these footages and pull these warrants on him, they're finding out, what are they finding out about your client and his movements that night and what he was purchasing on Amazon and what he was doing on his iPad? All that stuff you want suppressed now for a guy who was out riding around. That's what, but it's in the document what the FBI policy is. So y'all go check that out if you're interested, because I'm not going to pull it up and go through it again, because I've already went through it. And I don't say I'm agreeing with it or disagree with it. I'm just telling you that's the policy as of now. Will that change later? We'll see. Like me and Sleuthy said a year and a half ago, it's a freaking Supreme Court matter, and I'm not, I'm gonna argue legal court with you here on the murder, thing, but I ain't getting into the constitutional battle, because I'll go all day with that.
Right, but is Department of Justice policy a legal matter? If one of their agents or multiple agents violate their internal policy, does that really make it fruit of the poisonous tree? I don't think it does, because it's just policy. And a lot of policy is probably based on law, so you should probably conform to it. But if it's not based in law, if it's just kind of like, hey, these are best practices, you didn't follow the best practices, can you really throw it out of court? I guess we're going to find out in some of this stuff, but I don't think so. Policy in terms of service is a different matter than legal principles. They're related somehow, but to what degree are they related?
Payne might have got his ass handed to him, but Payne, it's literally in the documents, Frank, that Nick Balance didn't testify in this case, and I can't wait for it. I'm here for it. I've watched him testify on Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's, and I'm going to say good luck getting to him. Cy knows Nick Balance. He's already said he knows him, and he trusts him and respects him. But Payne didn't know enough to, you know what I'm saying? He entered stuff into a database that he got from Nick Balance. The documents lay it all out. And like Dolphin pointed out, some channels were like skimming through this stuff and picking out what they wanted to talk about and going off about the judge. instead of reading the document where the facts came out at. And so if I talk about any of that, and I can actually tell you, if I look at my notes and tell you a fact, I'm going to tell you exactly which document and what page I got it from on most of my notes. I'm trying to get really good at doing that. So when it comes up, I can just say, well, hey, hold on, let me grab this document and we'll take a look at what it actually says. So I encourage y'all to read the documents. If I get a date wrong, correct me. We had that great thing going on this morning and I appreciate all that. But I'm just saying, you know, it's crazy. Crazy to me, crazy to me, crazy to me. But so Koberger was allegedly pulled over, you know, close to the home. So I was wondering, then I had to wonder, were they able to go back? Because that was August, September, October, November. Would footage still be available from some of those businesses along that route? Like, say, for instance, from where he was back toward King Road, were they able to map him driving down that road? That's what I was wondering. It was meticulous and thorough. The documents, yeah. Oh yeah, right, Frank. You had to kind of like, and I'm still going back and reviewing things I already read out of them. And that's where I was like getting these different these damn dates and stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute, I got to write these dates down in chronological order because I got to make it make sense now. You know, on how their investigation unfolded. So once they got his name, what do you suspect they did was the first thing? Because you got to have evidence of some sort. What do you think they did? Let me see chat. How young black economists, welcome in. What are y'all talking about reading the Miranda rights?
Because it's a difference between departmental policy and legal precedents or legal ramifications if you don't follow policy. So does the Miranda policy mean you have to read off of a card verbatim, or can you just advise them of the rights generally?
Somebody? Are y'all talking about when you arrest somebody?
Right, and we're relating this to the Department of Justice policy to not use certain IGG sites. So if you violate that policy, are you necessarily violating that suspect's rights? Not necessarily. That's the point that
you're violating a company policy or a government policy, and that's a whole different ballgame. And these companies are going to be held responsible for what they allow and don't allow, right? You know, uncheck the box that you don't want to share and all this, but they're going to, if there's laws in place saying law enforcement needs warrants first, does that apply to the FBI? They seem to be able to do what they want. That even when they get a TUI request and a subpoena, they don't even have to honor it. We learned that in this case. And absolutely did TUI request and subpoenaed the FBI because she absolutely knew at some point the FBI did their own subpoenas for the federal grand jury. So I'm thinking, what they got his name, because they developed that IGG, it was also their case, and they got warrants and got information back. And then Moscow's now like, okay, we're dropping warrants, all these other warrants to go with it. What did they find out? All the camera pulls, they go back and review, and there's that weird looking white car again we keep seeing all over town. Is it his? Now let's try it. You know, who knows? But so what did they do when they first got that name? You know, what was their first step toward him? Because you still got to have supporting evidence other than the sheath was pretty strong, right? Could they have still arrested him on probable cause with the sheath alone? Or did the car footage add to it, as well as some of the cell phone data they're going to bring in also add to it? The judge even pointed out that in some of Ann's arguments, the stuff would actually only bolster the state's probable cause, not make it less than, like she was trying to make it. It's interesting. I was reading a comment from you on Black Economist. Welcome in, guys that are all here listening today. But we're going to I need to take a bathroom break, but I was going to pull up some documents and talk about that. And more of the timeline. Anything you guys want to discuss about it, let me know. It's an open discussion. Let's just call it that. Joe, if you have any questions or there's things you're wondering about, you know.
We're sorting some things out. We're getting some things sorted out.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up a couple of those. I'm gonna bring up that document here in just a second. Oh, here's my other. I'm like, where's my thing? Here it is. I have to write down my show's agenda or I will get sidetracked, y'all. Let me put my notes aside. Okay, can y'all let me go take a bathroom break real quick? Joe, can you entertain the crowd?
Oh my goodness, you're handing me the microphone? Oh gosh.
Yeah, talk to Frank. Talk to Frank there in chat. He's bored probably. Yeah, it even supported in the context of the state. Yes, Frank. Anyway, Pokemon, somebody y'all talk to Joe. Y'all ask me some questions.
All right, go take care
whatever.
of business.
I'll be
Go
right
take care
back.
of business. We got this. No, we're going to have Alexa entertain us. Alexa, play some music that's in the public domain.
Here's a mix for you on Amazon Music.
Alexa, turn it up. Oh my gosh, the Nutcracker Suite. Alexa, skip. Gosh, it's all chamber music. How boring. I guess it's Sunday morning, so Alexa thinks she's got to play chamber music on Sunday morning. Alexa, skip. Wow, it's all chamber music. Alexa, stop. I can't with that. I mean, if I was like wanting to take a nap, yeah. If I was wanting to take a nap. There are a lot of forensic investigation techniques that I think may have to end up being challenged in the Supreme Court. Like IGG is probably one of those. Geofencing, geolocation. So the geofencing thing, yeah, I'm boring you guys talking about like forensic things. You want to hear Alexa play chamber music. Hey, need some Z's. Good to see you in here. Always good to see you in here. Let's try one more time. Alexa, play me some music that's in the public domain. Oh, she's ignoring me now. Like her light lit up, her light ring lit up, and then she just ignored me. Alexa, play some music in the public domain. What? She just told me no. Alexa, play some music that's in the public domain.
Here's a mix for you on Amazon Music.
More chamber music. Alexa, skip 3 times. She's on this chamber music binge. Last time it was like mariachi music. That was a lot more fun than this. Alexa, stop. I don't. Oh, young black economist. That's a good point. Yeah, does SCOTUS really understand the technology enough to make a proper ruling? That's a good point. That's a very good point. There's probably at least 2 people on the Supreme Court that have to have their grandchildren help them with their smartphones. CH, page 17 to 18 of the transcript. Salty has those transcripts, and she was going to share some of this stuff with us. 40 years the internet existed for 40 years. I got to do math. Yeah, that sounds about right. It has evolved a lot in the last 40 years, though, right? And so many new technologies and police getting involved with using the technologies in their forensic investigation, and then some of them doing it right and some of them not doing it right. So things get challenged. But the 4th District Court of Appeals said that a geofence warrant is perfectly acceptable. And then like months later, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals disagreed with them, and they couldn't overturn their decision because the Fifth Circuit Court didn't get it from the Fourth Circuit Court. They got it from a lower court in a different case. But the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals did say that geofence warrant is too broad, and you bringing in people's phone numbers that have nothing to do with the crime is not an acceptable practice for police. So we're going to start seeing some geofence things. I mean, we saw in the Richard Allen case in Delphi, they did a geofence of the towers along the interstate near the Hoosier Harvest Store, and the Hoosier Heartland Highway runs by there, so, and which is for the area a high traffic area. So they literally got thousands of phone numbers from that geofence warrant, and they tried tracking it down, but it was pretty much impossible to track down all of those thousands of phone numbers. But if you had a suspect and you knew his phone number, it'd probably be pretty easy to search that geofence warrant result and see if your suspect's phone number showed up in that and where he was at the time, or she was at the time.
Who we talking about?
I was just talking broadly about all of these forensic investigation things that probably are going to end up in the Supreme Court sooner or later, like geofence warrants and IGG.
I think they've already done away with. Well, I think they've already done away with
the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals said that it's too broad of a warrant. Right. So I think it's going to have to somebody's going to have to challenge it above the Court of Appeals, the District Court of Appeals.
Yes. I forgot about that. You're right. He is right, because we looked into that. And so yeah, geofencing is like a really broad warrant, and I guess you were talking about that in the broad scope of warrants, right? That is a problem. But did they do too broad of a scope in this case? Was IGG too broad of a scope? Because if you're generally, if you got to think about it for a second, Paul Holes described it perfectly. The fine line between privacy and getting the bad guys off the street. Golden State Killer was caught with IGG. Rex Heuermann was caught because they took his pizza crust, tested it, and it matched. God, I'm going to have to pull up all the ones that and everybody in Delphi even. Why didn't they do IGG? Wanted to know that question. We were willing to accept an FBI engagement and an FBI or an IGG analysis over there, but we aren't willing to accept it in the case of Bryan Kohberger. I don't understand that. So it is going to be all of those things Joe was just talking about to you guys will be, I think, challenged, pretty good, don't you, Joe? Even like here in Florida, what Stephen Stearns is facing is going to be challenged, right? The death penalty, based under the new law that he can receive the death penalty, and the fact that it doesn't have to be unanimous jury decision, all of that's going to get challenged, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That part, you know what I mean? Some of the things do need to get challenged, like these broad scopes, because when they do a geofence, just think about it. If all of us that were here right now were at the mall and something, at the same time, and something went down and they geofenced it, we're all now subject to a warrant or them looking into us without a warrant. But then they got to start getting warrants for things. You can't just go, well, I'm going to pick you out because your number doesn't appear like it should belong here. That's how they start. They try to, that's how my understanding with geofencing warrants, what numbers don't belong here, because there's so many in some cases, you can't look into all of them, right? But I do think there's a big argument coming up for a lot of this stuff. A lot of it. And do you think that in the future, when they're citing case laws, like 20 years from now, are they going to be citing Idaho versus Kohberger? I think they will. I honestly believe that.
I think there are enough different investigation tools that were used in this that are newer that
yes,
and it's a death penalty case. So I mean, you're gonna the attorneys are gonna appeal it all the way as high as they can.
And he's got a good team. I mean, I know I've thrown some shade at Anne for not bringing a good argument. That's what I'm basing that on, her court arguments. But he does have a good team put together. So if anybody can get anywhere with any of it, I feel like it's going to be them, and especially now that they've officially added Becca Barlow onto the trial attorney team, because Becca's been involved. Becca Barlow has a declaration that she entered. Let's see, where is it at? Where are you at, Becca? And right here, 6/22/23. Becca Barlow came on board in the Brian Koberger case. So don't let people out there tell you, oh my God, look, they got Becca. They've had Becca. All right, let me pull this up. And she's good at what she does. And she brings facts, and she's in the new transcript that dropped. The defense has got a pretty good team of experts. Okay, so this is notice of filing declaration of Becca Barlow in support of the defendant's third motion to compel. So here is one of the motion to compels they did with concerning the IgG and the DNA. Comes now Brian Koberger by and through his attorney Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby files an attached declaration of Becca Barlow in support of the defendant's third motion. So she's been involved in this case, like I said, since June of 2023, June 22nd, 2023. So she brings a lot to the table, and she's been helping them in the background. You know what I mean? She just now is officially a part of the team that will be going to trial. So she'll be the one up there challenging the prosecution's experts. You know what I mean? That'll be her ball. But she's, what do you call it, Joe? Pro hack, vac, fake, whatever. She's an out-of-state attorney, guys, from California, who specializes in DNA. So you have to get a special permission to practice or to be on a team from out of state. And so the court just granted her that, so that gave her the official capacity role as an attorney. But the stipulation is anytime Becca Barlow is in court making an argument, Ann Taylor has to be in there with her because she's first chair.
Some people say pro hac vice, some people say pro hac vice. It depends on if you pronounce it Latin.
There you go. That is the term used when they bring in an out-of-state attorney and give them permission to fight the case. Yeah, Becca's a smart cookie. She's got a good background, CH. I mean, like I said, if anybody's going to take apart can take apart that DNA, it's going to be her. That's her game. Ann's going to fight everything else, and Becca's going to fight that, and we still have Alyssa on the case as well. Let me see what else I wanted to talk about with you guys. I have, saved some things for discussion because we've been going over documents, and then we know that all the crazy in the case, we've talked about all that. And I just kind of wanted to get down to the investigation part and go with you guys and see what you thought. And like I said, I've been trying to base stuff strictly out of documents for a long time in this case. This guy was brought up in Ann Taylor's motion. He's for the defense. Let me bring him up because I'm like, who is this guy? How good are these? Because I'm that person. If I'm on the jury, I need to hear from the experts from both sides. And what it's going to come down to is who's going to explain that to me the best. Which one am I going to believe the best? This guy even wrote a book, apparently you can buy on Amazon, about being an expert witness. And I think it's called I'm Not Lying, which I thought was funny. I'm like, okay, dude. Again, I was kind of not surprised when I saw this, that he is an expert witness for ZX Certified Subject Matter Expert, Cyray's company, the one that Cyray is affiliated with. I think he sold it, but Cyray is still on the case, and this guy is also affiliated with Cyray. And it gives you all of his credentials here: certified in mobile forensics, data recovery, certified subject matter expert in cell tower records analysis, geolocation, and then this guy testified for the defense. Expert witness, mobile security expert, mobile spyware expert, licensed forensic examiner by South Carolina. He is out of South Carolina, over there near Murdaugh country. I think he even did some work on that case. because he has been known to testify for prosecution and defense, just like Cyree. Maybe it's who's got the most money. I don't know. Licensed forensic examiner by South Carolina law enforcement, retired police officer and detective, a college graduate, state-of-the-art equipment, internationally renowned speaker, certified to train law enforcement by South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, published the book Cellular Forensics for First Responders. Well, that's cool, telling first responders what not to do and what to do at a scene, right? To contaminate. That would be my first thought. International mentorship, South Carolina Bar Association conference instructor in 2017. Hundreds of forensics examinations performed. Internationally published on forensic and mobile security. International network of experts. Guest instructor at Mobile Forensics World Conferences 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2011. South Carolina Bar approved instructor for attorneys and judges. Okay, he's schooling the law. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, approved instructor. You got instructor for police.
Was he involved with the Murdaugh case? Maybe.
I think I did pull up some info that he testified, but I'm not sure what all he did testify to, because there was a lot of phone data and GPS location data that sunk that dude in that case.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yes, there was.
So I need to figure that out, Joe. Did he testify for the defense, or was he on the prosecution? Because he's done both. So, but yeah, he is from that area, and he does work. South Carolina Law Enforcement Department is SLED guys, and they were a big thing in the case of Murdaugh. And it goes on to his professional experience. Like I said, the guy's got really good credentials, right? I didn't really, like with Cyree, we've seen cases where he wasn't allowed to bring in his testimony or whatever it was. I didn't see anything about this guy. And look, he's certification in mobile forensics by Dr. Rick Mislan from Purdue University, Joe. So he's also
Boiler up.
he technologies in Lafayette. What is this? Various continuing education courses in law enforcement and photography. 10101 Technologies, Lafayette, Indiana. So he spent some time there in Indiana at Purdue.
He apparently did not instruct the Carroll County Sheriff's Office in anything.
Apparently not. But yeah, and then it goes on to list a bunch of cases, guys, and you couldn't click on any of them, and I couldn't tell, was he, who was he testifying for? Testifying expert, and it goes on to list some more of the cases. So I do plan to look up some of those cases and see what I can, find out from them, because I'm so curious that way. I can't help myself. My opinion, BK convicted ESP of the DNA on the knife cover. Assumed to be his during trial. Assumed to be his. I'm pretty sure it is his, hun. And the question is, how'd it get there? Because unless, they're going to say, well, that was a pitiful sample, and your testing and your labs were completely wrong, all of them. You know what I mean? That's her only fight. And you're going to see that when I bring up, let me go ahead and start getting that up here. The testimony from the transcript that came from the closed IGG hearing. We have that, and we need to review that. I told Joe, I felt like it would probably be boring to a lot of people, so I'm not going to. It's a really long document. So we're going to just touch on some things I thought were important in there.
Yeah, and I think CH wants you to take a look at pages 17 and 18.
Okay, awesome. And I do not mind dropping the link if you guys remind me what I'll do is I'll drop a link to that particular document onto my YouTube for everyone, not just like members only, just for everybody in the community. And you can read the whole document yourself if you like. I read all the other documents, but this is just one that I was like, don't know if I can read that live. What did I do? I didn't get to it here, sorry. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's 175 pages long, and it's got a lot of information on IGG. Like I said, I am not opposed to dropping the link directly for you guys to snatch it and look at it yourself. Uh-oh. Let me fix my screens here, guys. Sorry. Gotta slide that one over so I can make this one bigger because I'm blind. All right. Let me see. Let me move this big old cup out of my way so I can see my computer screen better for you guys. His alibi as well is just not strong enough. No, good Lord, no. He didn't have any logs to show. But he was like, oh, well, you know what? We found out in a document that he accessed an iPad, 1 minute after his phone came back on in an area where he wasn't supposed to have cell phone service. I'm just checking on chat, guys, and seeing what you guys are saying. Here, we're going to say everybody's innocent until proven guilty. From what I'm seeing from these documents, I'm going to lean toward he's probably guilty. I think the only thing they got to do is tear down that DNA. Everything else is kind of like, the car video is grainy and it is what it is. Do they have better? We don't know yet. The cell phone data is going to be important, no matter what anybody says, and the experts are going to weigh in on that. And then, of course, that DNA. So, what?
Yeah,
Hey,
I think the most reasonable doubt is definitely in the grainy footage of headlights. I mean, like if I'm on the jury, that's not convincing me beyond a reasonable doubt. The cell phone data is going to be very important, but the DNA is obviously going to be the most critical element to placing him at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, that's like your only really direct evidence, right? We have
A lot of
Linda Lane.
everything else is circumstantial, right?
The light colored, suspect vehicle 1, the light colored sedan over there on Linda Lane and 112 is not good enough, because there's even a statement in and I have a screenshot of it that where did I write down what page that was on, because I knew exactly where that was at. There's a statement in the document and it states the camera. We all know there's been a camera at 1112 facing the intersection of Queen and King. How well what does that camera see? How well does it see that car, right? That was always my thought. Well, how well can it see that car? And in the document, it says, I wonder if, let me, because I want to quote it. That camera did not capture enough of that car to tell if there was a license plate on the front. Let me pull that up and see if I can share it directly with you guys. And that worried me. I was like, well, not worried me, but I was like, wait a minute. If it can't see that well enough, do you know what I mean? How well is it? What is it seeing actually? Now I gotta find where I put it, which one it is. That's all the DNA stuff. Maybe it's this one. Just 1 minute, guys. Okay, I think I'm almost to it. I didn't label him, and I should have. Yeah, that's where he's testifying that the first time he heard Koberger's name was the 19th. That's what it says on. We're going to see that in the document. Did I not save that? I thought I did. Okay, maybe I didn't, but it's in the document. I'll find it. But yeah, it states that that the camera didn't see enough, and I'm assuming that's when it pulled into the road, onto the road instead of exiting the area. You know what I mean? It was coming into the area. That the way he turned, and it's so tight right there, and there's other cars parked on the side of the road, it was not able to capture whether or not he had a front license plate. So how well can they see? You know what I mean? Can they identify that car? I don't think they can identify it as the 2015, but will it match up? And remember, the phone's off right then. So and they mention Linda Lane footage in the latest documents. So I don't know how profound that footage will be to the jury. You know what I mean? I think it will matter, honestly, because it appears to be a light colored sedan. 12 gauge, you need that name. I need some Z's. I know. I saw you somewhere last night. Need some Z's. Where were we? Was it 12 gauges we were in? Oh no, I know where I ventured off to last night. I went and watched something for review, and it took it was a very lengthy thing, and I watched the whole thing. Anyway, I'm not, yeah. All right, let me pull that document back up since I can't find that one thing I was telling you guys about. Sorry. All right, let's get the Idaho docket back up and that transcript up. Yeah, Ann stated, okay. Ann stated in the pre-Franks hearing that there is only one image that captures the car clear enough to make the identification. Well, she claimed later on in the documents that you relied on Ridge Road to make that identification. But the judge says that in her Frank's proffer, she fails to bring that forward. And the only thing she's referring to are some emails between the officers discussing that Ridge Road footage and trying to identify windows on the car as to, determine a year. But Ann Taylor could not prove they used that to rely on to ID that car. That's in the documents. All right, let me pull up this other doc. And we did read all those motions to suppress. Like I said, I'll drop the link to this doc because I'm not about to sit here and read 175 pages over the next couple days. Sorry, guys. It's taking me forever to scroll down. If I go too far, I accidentally get on Lori Vallow, and it freaks me out. Because they got her right under Brian Koberger. God damn, I did it. Okay. All right. They need to move her. All right. Let me share. Now, what pages were they asking me to look at specifically? What was that again? Let me go back. I hope it is at page 17, 18. You're talking about in this, the transcript, CH, or is that what you're talking about? Yeah, the blood on the handrail, we know where that came from now. We know which set of stairs it came from now. All right, is that going to be in this closed hearing? Let's see. Let me get up to that page, 17, 18. Because I don't have that specifically noted in my notes, those pages, but I do have where they talk about the blood and stuff. It's interesting, the conversation about the other blood sample. That I have questions about that. If I wanted all that DNA in Delphi tested, I absolutely want all the DNA over here tested if it was testable. If it's testable and it's blood, test it. What are we talking about here? It's a house full of blood. Okay. That's where they came across the name. This is page 17. See, is this what you're talking about, CH, this document? Yep, okay. All right, good deal. Flip a coin 12 times and tell me if you come up with 6 and 6.
Yeah. Yeah, and in Florida, you only get 6 unless it's a death penalty case, right?
Mm-hmm.
6 jurors.
Well, no, you get 12 jurors, but it doesn't take a majority of our jurors to.
No. The Black Swan case, I think, only had 6. Or there have been some recent bigger cases that have only had 6 jurors in Florida. Like that's the default, unless it's a death penalty case, I think. I'm going on memory, not on legal knowledge.
But
I'm not a legal expert.
No matter what the size of the jury, it doesn't take a majority to impose the death penalty over here anymore, especially if you murder children. Welcome to Florida, Stearns. We ain't Idaho. We ain't got Ann Taylor. All right. So we'll go start from here on 16 with the question, okay? So Texas, the documents reveal that it was on the first floor set of stairs leading from first floor up to the second floor living room. If my memory was, I was tired last night, but I know that's what I read. All right. So this is line 24 of page 16 of the transcript of the closed hearing. And the question is from the defense. Is it your understanding, and I forget who's actually testifying at the moment. Is it your understanding that the FBI's work, I think this is still Mallory, is it your understanding that the FBI's work said that it was Brian Koberger's DNA on the sheet? Now, pay attention to that line. Remember, Othram or what was the name of the other company? We talked about it earlier, who discovered the dad's DNA. Othram did the work on the sheath DNA. So is it your understanding that the FBI's work said that it was Brian Kohberger's on the DNA on the sheath? That is not, and the answer was, that is not my understanding. Question: what is your understanding? And the answer was, my understanding is that the FBI concluded that Brian Kohberger was a possible source of the DNA that we should look into. They did not, to my knowledge, at any point say Brian Kohberger's DNA is on the knife sheath. Remember, Othram is the one that worked up that Q1.1. They're saying this guy could be the guy on the sheath profile that's been done. Now you got to go find some evidence. That was never conveyed to me, he says. Question: on December 20th, when that happened, when he's somebody you should look into, what did you do?
All right, let me read the answers. You read the questions.
Joe
I'll read
wants
the
to,
answers.
okay, yeah, let's do that. That's more fun. We're
So
reading in
reread
loud.
that.
Thank you, CH. Thank you. Okay, I'll read the question.
Reread that question. Yep.
I'll read the question again, sir. On December 20th, what happened when he's somebody you should look into? What did you do?
We had already started looking into him from the previous evening. So that day, on December 20th, we began going through basically our sort of standard investigative procedures that we had been doing throughout the investigation for various leads, to include basic DMV searches, NCIC offline returns, NCIC searches. We have a database called TLO, which is a credit-based search we use to find basic information. So we started doing all those things, looking for information on Mr. Kohberger.
Okay. And what you found is that he didn't have a criminal history, is that right?
Correct.
Talk to me about going to Pennsylvania for the trash pull.
Ooh, I like this.
I know you would. Just got
Well,
excited.
I was not in Pennsylvania for the trash pull.
Where I hear you were. Oh, no. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were like... Okay. All right. I'll ask somebody else that later. All right. So after you received Brian Kohberger's name, and we'll go through that whole trash pull situation here, Joe. And he hasn't been on your radar at all. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. You had pursued interviews and surveillance video. Had you pursued evidence from inside the scene at 1122 King?
Yes, ma'am.
What efforts did you make to pursue unknown male B?
You have to be more specific. I don't remember exactly where unknown male B came from.
If I'm not mistaken, it's going to list earlier in the documents, and I've got that marked to look over as well. I believe they're going to refer to male B as the trash pull from the dad, right? He would be known as male B. So, okay, okay. If I told you the lab report showed unknown male B, oh, this is the blood stuff. Okay, sorry, I had that backwards, guy. I'm totally messed up that. Don't ignore me. I got to start over. What efforts did you pursue to unknown male B?
You have to be more specific. I don't remember exactly where unknown male B came from.
If I told you the lab report showed unknown male B came from a blood spot on the handrail going between the second and the first floor, does that help jog your memory?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Why did you not pursue that person?
At that point in time, we had already received Mr. Kohberger's name, and from what my understanding was, entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one. Ooh, this is an interesting argument or excuse.
Yeah, I read this last night and I was like, what? Okay.
Entering another DNA profile into CODIS would remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. So if memory serves, the discussion was, we'll hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. If we need to, we can address the unknown male B at a later time.
I'm gonna need somebody to explain that right there to us.
Yeah. Like you can't get on another computer. You can't create another login into CODIS. I mean, you can't ask
I know
another.
that in Tiffany Daniels' case, they did run several times through CODIS, but her mom told me the more you run that, the more degraded it comes. So you have to be really careful about when you run that type of stuff. Now, this is a cold case I'm speaking about. So why not? That didn't make any sense to me when I read it last night.
It still doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, we saw that Need Some Z's. They were looking into him, but how The date that WSU queried the cars and discovered it was the 29th. Did they tell Idaho about that? When were those very first warrants? Were they tied to the FBI subpoenas? It appears Moscow didn't do any warrants until after they did some preliminary warrants, like an Amazon and a geofence. But a lot of that come based out of what the FBI was doing. It almost sounds like the FBI had they had this case, you know what I mean, and they nailed it. They were there to support Moscow because Moscow, come on, we know, tiny town, limited resources, limited training in certain areas, and they relied heavily on the FBI's to help them with this case. All right, so let's get back to the question. You were at line 5, right? All right. I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Were you not aware of unknown Mel B until after December 19th when you knew Brian Koberger's name?
No, ma'am. I was aware of that before, yes.
How about unknown Mel D? These will be the two that she brought up in court. Remember in that last hearing, the two unknowns? The glove outside. So D would be the glove outside then, yeah.
You're going to have to be more specific.
Okay. If I told you unknown Mel D came from a lab report from a sample of blood on some gloves outside the house, does that refresh your memory?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it does.
You're aware of that too?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to back up and talk about the affidavits. I think you told me in a prior hearing that you were the person who wrote Exhibit A. Now, I think she's going to go into the copy and paste in the exhibit stuff that the judge done told her it didn't matter. That you were the person that wrote Exhibit A or the affidavit in support of the search warrants when it came to looking for things about Brian Koberger. Did I understand that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that affidavit, when you began, was that on about December 23rd to get records?
As far as when I started writing the affidavit, is that what you're referring to?
A first search warrant that applied to Brian Koberger.
I believe that it was December 23rd, yes.
That would have been the two A&T warrants then. Okay. When did you begin writing that affidavit? Oh.
I began writing it long. Do we want to go through all this?
No. This part we don't, because we already have. So let me see. I read the part, yeah, that on page 17 when Payne says they don't have his name on the page, 18 says they already had his name. Yeah. So Joe and I were wondering, so let me ask you this. On November 29th, WSU officers discovered the car. Did they call Moscow and say, hey, we got a 2015 Elantra over here registered to this student, Brian Koberger, and his ID's got bushy eyebrows. What do you guys want to do? You know what I mean? Were they trying to look? I always felt like the two were coming back at the same time. That Washington discovery, and did they start investigating him then locally? And at the same time, FBI was investigating the IGG, and it all is coming back around the same time frame. And did that help the investigation once they got the name? They already had a lot of footage. They'd already canvassed the area to notice this white car all over town or in certain locations. Now we're getting phone records, and lo and behold, this dude's phone is matching up during the time it was on. That's the nuts and bolts of the case that I'm dying to see play out in court. I love a good investigation when it's done right, and I love that to be brought to light. And if it's done shitty, like in Delphi, I want that brought to light. Give credit where credit's due, baby. Okay, I noticed there was something on page 27, and did I write down exactly what that was? I know what line it was from, so I want to figure out why I wrote that down last night. Hang on, guys. All right, so page 27, line 19. Why is that important to me? Okay, they start discussing 112 video. That was why. I didn't take a notice to why that was important to me last night. I was in a hurry trying to get through some of this stuff. Okay, so this is from the transcript again. December 19th to 20th is when the FBI turned the tip back over to them and named Brian Koberger. That's is in the document, actually. The IGG tip came in on December 19th from the FBI. So this is, all right, Joe, you ready?
Yep.
All right. The 1112 video did not show enough of the vehicle that you could see whether it had a front license plate. Is that right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So it was after you learned of Brian Koberger's name that became part of the affidavit. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So at the time of the affidavit, they didn't know if that was Koberger's car. Now they believe it is. Okay, I can understand that. But again, I'm wondering how well does that car or that camera see that car? You know what I mean? It's not going to make a positive ID on that car, and that's going to be heavily doubted in court, along with Linda Lane footage, in my opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
As to whether or not that's his car. You know what I mean? Especially if you can't see it that great. All right, let's talk about the vehicle identification for a minute before I run back down through the rest of the affidavit after Brian was identified. When you worked with Special Agent Imel to identify a vehicle, was there more than one vehicle he identified?
I don't believe there was. If memory serves, it was just the Hyundai Elantra.
Would you agree that he was most comfortable with the years 2011 to 2013?
Ms. Jennings says, object, Your Honor, for the same reason I don't understand the scope related to IGG.
Sorry, I got distracted by chat for a second.
You're on 15.
I know, I'm reading
Ms.
chat.
Taylor.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm multitasking. I had to stop.
You get to play the part of Ann Taylor, though. I mean,
Oh, I will.
it's like your dream come true.
I love how Payne exhibits confidence and politeness the whole time. He has nothing to prove because the evidence will work. And then no, not in my opinion. It's from the FBI. They both did work. I think the FBI did a lot more work though. Payne just followed through with the local stuff. The FBI wasn't boots on the ground collecting all that footage and pouring through it the way they were locally in Moscow and matching it up to what they were getting in on those data on the phone. Now they got to match that up to their video they had just got all over town from their canvas. So they did work hand in hand. Just the FBI supplied a lot of resources for them, as they should in a quadruple homicide where the guy's done jacked up and took off across state lines. So, I mean, if we'd have left it up just to the tiny little authorities, would they have ever figured out, hey, we got that car over there in the WSU campus, we should look into that dude? I don't know. Brian wanted to go to work and teach them how to do all that right there in Pullman. Okay, so let's go on. Ms. Taylor. Oh. Your Honor, Your Honor, I don't know why I read Miss Taylor. That's me, guys. I'm Mia Taylor. Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a little leeway on this. I think it will be clear in about 2 more questions. It is a sealed proceeding. I'll be arguing it at Frank's.
And Judge Hippler says, I don't want to pollute the record, so approach.
Oh, they approached the bench for a conference, Ms. Taylor. They looked for 2011 to 2013. It was their bolo. It was after Brian was identified by IGG, they expanded the search.
Ooh, that's her argument. And Judge Hippler says that relates to what?
I'm going to relate to Frank's, but it has to do with IGG and when they identified him. I have about 2 more questions along this line.
Judge Hippler says you have the separate Frank's motion regarding the scope of the car search.
Absolutely.
That we're not here for today. We're here for IGG. I get the idea that if the IGG is suppressed, inaudible, the warrants based on IGG is suppressed. That affects a lot of other things, right? I love this, Judge. But I don't think you need to get into the evidence of that at this point because it's part of the Franks. There's a separate Franks motion on that.
There absolutely is. The next question I'm going to get in the affidavit after the IGG was the police in Pullman running the car. And he has laid it out in the affidavit that after the IGG without stating it. So I'm doing the IGG part with him now. That car is a different year than the one the bolo is for. That's as far as I'm going with the car at this hearing.
Judge Hippler says counsel.
And Ashley Jennings replies from the prosecution, I don't understand what that has to do with IGG. It's part of a Franks hearing related to vehicle identification. I understand timeline, but I think that point has already been made. And then Ms. Taylor replies, this has when I was allowed to explore this witness since he's already here and we've paid him for him to come here.
Judge Hippler says, yeah, but I didn't open up everything to Franks because we couldn't get into all the other things that inaudible. I understood we could get into the entirety of Franks on IGG, which is why I allowed it. And that's what we're going to stick to today.
IGG flows. It makes everything.
Well, I'm not suggesting we get into other Franks issues that sprung in part from IGG because those are separate based, right? So I think we need to just talk about the specific IGG stuff today in terms of Franks. There's not a separate motion to suppress based solely on that and not the IGG, if I'm not mistaken, apart from Franks motions.
To suppress which, inaudible, I'm not following. I'm sorry.
There are motions to suppress that are not Franks related.
Right, I'm not going there.
That's evidence we can put on today, but I thought we were going to do that later today.
Absolutely.
There are various Franks motions, one of which is to suppress. One of the Franks motions is that there was a Franks violation by not informing the magistrate of the use of IGG in violations as you allege them and obtaining the IGG. That's the issue we are doing today in terms of evidence, and I want to stick to that. So getting into the car, which is separate, which I understand your argument is the IGG led them to expand the search of cars, but that's not the Franks issue itself. The Franks issue itself on IGG is the IGG itself, and it's limited to that.
All right.
So they actually recorded that sidebar.
Yeah,
that was the whole
sidebar.
Ooh.
Yeah. Nice, right?
Wow.
Could you imagine Gull doing that?
I thought a sidebar was to be off the record, and they
Judge
recorded the
Hippler's
entire
done with this off the record shit. He's already said y'all are asking me to seal stuff that should never even be sealed. They've sealed the evidence, right? And they're sealing a lot of things. This everybody's complained about this case is so sealed up, and God hasn't been sealed up. We are learning more now than we've known in a long time. Speculation up until this point. We're learning.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection as Judge Hippler.
So it's crazy that that got put in here, right? Not redacted.
It is because he said he didn't want to pollute the record, but they just took a record of all of that.
Yeah. Well,
And now we have it.
she has a motion to suppress the car identification stuff. So it's got nothing to do with the IGG, the hearing they were there to discuss. But she wanted to point out that she didn't think they changed the date on the car until they got Brian Kohberger's name, and they already knew he had a 2015 Elantra. Remember, WSU had done verified that a month earlier. So no, we're going to go out now and say, now that we know for a fact, well, now that we think this IGG does belong to this Kohberger dude, he drives a 2015, we're going to go change that date to this 2016, which, oh boy, the whole internet broke on that one. What do you mean you're changing it from 2011 to 2013? Now it's all the way to 2016, you stupid idiots. That's what the internet was saying, wasn't they, Jeff? Like these fools didn't have better camera footage coming down the pipe throughout the city. And as they're reviewing it, they're discussing it behind the scenes and trying to figure out exactly to pinpoint that car. And they talk about the similarities of those models. Shit, everybody on the internet for a year and a half picked apart these 2011s to 2016s. Side-by-side comparisons, headlights, taillights, fog lights, everything. Trying to figure out if that was really Brian Kohberger's car on that grainy-ass Linda Lane footage. I can't. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm salty. It's Salty Sunday. Welcome aboard.
Buckle up. Buckle up, Buttercup.
Yeah, you better hold on. Okay, so okay. Question. All the things in the warrant that became particular to Brian Koberger were not on your radar before you learned his identity through IGG. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So see, if they didn't know, I mean, so did WSU ever contact them back in November? They're saying no.
At least not this particular
They've not heard the
investigator.
name. Right. You didn't hear the name until IGG in December. What the hell was WSU doing in November 29th when they realized we got a similar, this could be the guy? It's
That's a relevant question. That is a
damn
very
right.
relevant question.
It's bothered me all night. Not throwing shade at the investigation, but that part if that happened, like I've said in Delphi, their shitty investigation let a killer walk free for 5 years in his community. If he's the guy. So if this is the guy, you got a scared, terrified young community scared an extra month for no reason. Because somebody failed to call you up and say, hey, we got a 2015 Elantra over here registered to one of our guys with bushy eyebrows. Y'all might want to take a look.
Yeah, and CH says they stated WSU did contact either Moscow or the FBI. I don't know whoever they is.
Right.
But that's just like Doolin getting the contact sheet, the lead sheet, and going out and doing an interview, and they getting buried in a drawer for 5 years. Like somebody contacted somebody, and somebody assumed that after that contact, it was going to get taken care of, and it didn't.
And it never followed up on. Right. So it got laid down. Well, let me ask you this. What if they did contact Moscow and Moscow knew about this 2015 Elantra over there in WSU on the 29th, or say that was the next day they notified them? It was probably that night. They probably called some cop. So let's pretend they did. Now, are you following the guy because you still got to get some probable cause? You haven't got no IGG yet. That shit's being all worked up at some labs somewhere. So now, are you following this guy trying to get a scrupulous DNA sample? They got a cigarette butt off one guy over in Moscow. Because I always wondered if they were onto him on the 29th and they weren't able to collect DNA on him until Pennsylvania, what was he doing to conceal that DNA while he was still in town? Now he lived in an apartment with an apartment dumpster. So the shared dumpster. They still could have pulled, then that they pulled that whole dumpster, they got to go through all of that trash to figure out which one came from that apartment, which could have been a difficult task. So I always wondered if they did follow this guy for like a month, trying to get a DNA sample and never could because he was too fucking careful. We just heard him standing over there in his parents' house doing all this weird shit they could see from the helicopter. We went through the whole thing of what he was actually doing in that house that they could see. So if he was going to that length in Pennsylvania, he was going to greater lengths in town. He didn't go back to Moscow, according to phone pings, after the crimes. He didn't want that white Elantra to be seen over in Moscow no more. So you're probably also, knowing you left your sheath, on top of that, you're not about to leave your bottle of water to somewhere. You're not about to toss it out in public. What if they're watching me? Were they never able to get a sample? Do you know what I mean? That makes sense.
He would have to be careful and cautious above and beyond like reasonable paranoia. Like he would have to take his trash somewhere and dump it somewhere, because if they can take your trash in Pennsylvania, they can take his trash in Washington State.
Exactly. But the difference is when they pulled the pull from the parents' home, there's two garbage cans, the regular and the recycle. Not a dumpster filled with an apartment building full of DNA.
Right, but if you're tailing him that closely, you have a guy staked out. You watch him bring a white kitchen-sized 13-gallon bag out and put it in the dumpster. You're going to go grab it.
What was this dude doing with his garbage? Were they? That's what question I always wanted to know. Were they following him, trying to get a sample, and never did or could? And why didn't they try to get a pull out of the garbage at Pennsylvania at the WSU apartment? Rachel says we have a rural dumpsters here too. No idea if that's the case. Boy, that cat just tried to climb up my window again and he fell.
You're
The thing's
gonna have to
driving me
like
crazy.
electrify that thing to keep him
I'm
off
gonna
of it.
have to do something because it's got lately it's getting my other cat that stays in the house just sits there now and looks at it like what the hell. But he's already been fed, he's good to go, his house is all good. I don't know what he's doing. He just wants in with me and he can't. He just can't. But he needs to go
Yeah,
away.
CH, you're right. Like he had to go to school, he had to go into the office, he had
Yeah.
to.
Well,
Yeah.
I doubt he was running around town wearing latex gloves because we see in the car stop, the one cam we do see, he wasn't wearing latex gloves when he got pulled over by that cop at WSU over in Washington State. He wasn't wearing rubber gloves when he got pulled over in Indiana both times. You know what I mean? So I got, then I'm going to go back to did WSU never call Moscow and say, hey, November 29th, we spotted this car and y'all might want to look at
CH says that there was something called into the tip line about it. So who knows who called that and who received it and
No,
what they did with it.
I don't understand why a cop from a neighboring county you've always worked closely with. We have neighboring counties. These two counties work, three actually. They all work together. They all know each other. So am I going to call a tip line if I'm a cop that just queried this car and then just found this car? I'm not calling a tip line that you may not get to for a few days. I'm going to call my buddies from Moscow and tell them, I just found this car. You might want to come look at this guy. What can we find out? Now we need to follow him, get a sample of that damn DNA, and see if it matches that damn sheath y'all got. That's all I'm saying. It's confusing.
Well, Investigator Payton just testified under oath, and he seems to be a credible witness that is being honest with Ann on cross, that he never heard Brian Koberger's name before that. So
exactly.
if it did get sent over from Washington State to Moscow or to the FBI, it didn't get passed along to this investigator.
And they didn't find out about it until after they got Koberger's name. Once they began to look into him, then it came up that that was done on November 29th when they queried this car, because that is absolutely in the PCA about that particular database query and about the officer finding that car at WSU. That's why it's concerning to me. It's not like a concern. I'm just saying from an investigative standpoint, it is in the PCA. They learned about it at some point. I just don't know when they learned about it. Right? Did they
Right.
when that
Well,
communication
when who learned about it? Because maybe somebody
Moscow.
was manning the phone. Maybe somebody was manning the phones at Moscow, and they get a call from Washington State and says, "Hey, we found a white Hyundai Elantra," and they're like, "Oh, okay, I'll write it down." And what happened to that when they wrote it down? Where did it go?
Right. That's yeah. I mean, that legit could have happened. We've seen it happen, right? So, when that tip did, if they did send it over or call over, I still would have directly called a particular officer or the lead investigator.
Yeah, exactly. You know that or you
about it.
Yes. Yep.
But
Yep.
where this is a WSU
You know.
officer, it wasn't the Pullman Police Department, put it that way. It was WSU officer, campus cops. So was that conveyed properly and timely? You know what I mean? That was always a bother to me, because if it wasn't, then the guy got away with it a little longer than he should have, if he's the guy. That's the only things that bother me about stuff like that. So anyway, we'll get on with the document read. Jeff, why are you talking about Nancy Grace? What's she done this time? The Nancy Grace audible is from May 2024. What audible? What are y'all talking about?
Apparently she has a podcast titled Brian Koberger Wore Plastic Gloves to the Grocery Store. Well, first of all, it wasn't plastic gloves probably, but anyway,
Well,
Nancy.
Okay, here's what I will say about that. We don't know. We know he went to the grocery store after the murders in Lewiston, to the Albertsons. They have him on footage going into that, getting out of that white Elantra and going into that, it's in the PCA, and going into that store. And they see him, what he purchases in that store. Is he wearing gloves? I don't know. Nancy got some source we don't know about, Jeff. How's she know, right? How does she know, Nancy, he wore gloves in the grocery store?
Well, she put a question mark at the end of it, so it I guess leaves her the open door to not have absolute proof that that's what went on.
Yeah, right. I'm covered. I got a question mark at the end.
Right.
Oh my God. All right, so let's get back to this for a little while. Let's see. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. All right, I can grab a snack. What y'all got good to eat? What are y'all eating today? I'm gonna eat leftovers from last night. It's just plain old sloppy Joe, and I ate it with just potato chips, and I ate 2 plates of that shit. It was so good. Isn't that weird?
No, that's not weird. I'm getting hungry too now. Damn it.
It was just I didn't want no bread. It was like I've been eating a lot of grilled cheese lately, so I was like, I'm not even want no bread. And the kids weren't here. I was eating by myself, so I made me some sloppy joes, and yeah, I just ate that with plain Lay's potato chips. That shit was the bomb. All right. Oh, whoa. Where were we? So I think I'd ask this question, or let me repeat the question in case I got a little sidetracked. All the things in the warrant that became particular to Brian Koberger were not on your radar before you learned his identity. Were we going through this, or had we decided to move on? Oh, this was that page I wanted to come to. Yeah. Oh, we were still reading from it. Sorry. Wait a minute. Let me look at something.
You're the pilot.
Yeah, hang on. It's page 29, line 14. Why did I have that? Because we were going to read that about the car stuff, and we did, where he tells her, this is not about the car stuff. Okay, so one of the next things I noticed, let me see if there's anything. Joe and I can do a read of this whole document if you guys are interested in something like that. I'm just not going to go through the whole damn thing today. I want to pick out the part. There's some really good stuff in it leading up to the investigation type. They're going to get heavily into the DNA shit here in a minute. Like I said, it's 175 pages. I want page 58 for some reason. What was on there that really stood out to me that was worth talking about a little more? If there's pages you guys are aware of that you want to discuss or would like to discuss, drop it in the chat and let me know. No big deal. Joe's got some shows lined up coming up, and we've been busy, so we really haven't had a chance to get to a whole read through of this thing yet.
I'm really stoked for the interview with Kresha tomorrow night. Really stoked for that. It's going to be a wild ride, though, folks. She's been doing research. She's the niece of Charles Vallow, and it's going to be a wild ride.
So yeah, explain to everybody who she is and what a little bit of background about this show.
Okay, so Kresha is the niece of Charles Vallow. So she grew up. Charles Vallow is the former husband of Lori Vallow Daybell, who is getting ready to go on trial in Maricopa Superior Court for his murder. Jury selection begins March 31st. So Charles Vallow was her husband at the time she met Chad Daybell, and they worked together to conspire in his death and Chad's wife Tammy's death, and JJ and Tylee's deaths. And Kresha was really close to that case, And she's been doing research ever since that happened for 6 years. And she has some insight that she's going to have to bring us from the shallow end of the pool to the deep end of the pool. And that's where we're going to start tomorrow night. But
it's a look into the LDS ties, right?
Yes.
With Chad and Lori, because if y'all aren't familiar, some of them may not be familiar with the case. That's the only reason I've asked.
Right. And she believes that there's a satanic Mormon church, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints of Satan or whatever, and they are tied somehow to the deaths of JJ and Tylee. So I've asked her to kind of bring us along slowly so we can get to where she's at. And it's not going to happen in one interview. We're going to have multiple interviews to share all this information to get us there. But we're going to start out on the shallow end tomorrow night, probably 8 or 9 o'clock Eastern, probably more like 8 o'clock. We haven't settled on a time yet, but it's going to be interesting, and it's going to be a ride.
because like I've said to you in the past, with we know that Lori and Chad were on the fringe with their LDS beliefs and the things, and then they were doing the portals and the visions, and I was telling you they were incorporating other things into
Yeah,
their LDS type stuff. Some of that
absolutely.
some of that is completely just spiritual and nothing to do with the devil. Some of it is. You choose to walk in the light or the dark. Let me just put it that way. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. So again, when you get that lined up, and y'all gotta make sure you go. Most of you are probably sub to Joe. We need to get his link in here if we can do that. Is Forrest still here? If not, I can drop it. We'll drop the link to Joe's channel. Go sub up so you don't miss the interview, and you can when Joe gets it set up, you can have your notifications on so you'll know when it's coming. And you'll be live in the morning, right? Or have you
Yes,
decided?
I will do a Joe Schmo morning Joe Schmo in the morning and talk about other stuff. There's other cases I want to follow. I think I need to wrap up the Melanie Gibb thing and get her off
Yes.
of my plate because we went halfway there. We didn't do the other half, but I also have the
Melanie Gibb is a friend of Lori's that's tied to the case.
and in this interview with Melanie Gibb, she claims to Nate, who is with East Idaho News, that she knows Chad and Lori better than anybody else. So
Yeah, she was
what
prevalent to this case.
she is, and we watched her police interview last week. We're going to actually watch Tylee's police interview tomorrow because Tylee and Lori had an interesting relationship, and Ryan, Lori's son Colby Ryan, talks about it. And he talked about it. It wasn't yesterday; it was 2 days ago. He had a live, and he talked about the relationship between Lori and Tylee. So
Yeah.
I'm going to show a brief clip from that. I'm going to show Tylee's interview, and then we'll finish with the Melanie Gibb second half of the Melanie Gibb interview.
For those of you who don't know, Lori Vallow had another child besides JJ and Tylee. It was her oldest child, Colby. Colby's had a lot of struggles because of his mother and because of what she did to his siblings. And then dealing with the aftermath, it's a whole thing. But he has a YouTube channel, and he does a lot of streams on Lori Vallow over there. I'm trying to get to it where I can get some link. Go grab like this. Okay, get back over here a moment. Thank you, Pokemon, for dropping Joe's. I'm glad you were interviewing her. She gets nervous and needs some kind. Yes, yeah. And Joe, Joe will treat her with kindness and patience, right?
Absolutely.
I'll be in the chat modding. I'll be hanging out with you guys, listening in to their interview. So
yeah, we'll swat anybody that comes in with any nonsense.
Yeah,
Get out of here with that.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen, but if we're not going to put up with nonsense, just like we won't here, you know what I mean? But we're not going to put up with anybody coming in attacking her or anything like that. That's uncalled for. You don't have to watch the stream if you're not interested. You know what I mean?
No, and she's actually working on a nice little, not a script for us because neither one of us deal with a script like that, but she's kind of coming up with a game plan to lead us from the shallow into the deep end of all of this research that she's been doing.
Yeah,
So
you don't. It's not a scripted thing. None of this is. I might have some key points wrote down that I don't want to forget to talk to you guys about, or have a way to. Thank you for dropping Colby's channel. I appreciate that, Pokemon. You guys go sub up to Colby. He's a sweet guy. I love him. But yeah. So we're going to get back to this document here, but thank you. Yeah, you guys make sure you check out that interview tomorrow night. It's going to be a lot, and we're here for it. And Colby's channel is there in the chat as well if you want to go sub up and take a listen to his streams talking about his mother. And he gets into a lot of the psychological aspect of Lori as well. He's had a lot to deal with, trying to understand your mother. Can you imagine trying to understand that? And can't, and having to cut ties and coming to those realizations and all the things. So Yes, there's Difficult Research's channel. She's awesome as well. She's not here today. She's usually here hanging out with us. So there's her channel as well. All right. So Joe will get that set up for you guys. All right, let's see. What did I say? Page, it's like 58. Line 19, it was talking about the trash pull. Okay, here we go, Joe. Question. Let's switch gears. In the case we are here for today, do you recall there being a trash pull?
Court reporter says, I'm sorry, there being a what?
A trash pull.
I recall receiving evidence from a trash pull, correct.
What role did you have in deciding anything about that trash pull?
Nothing about the trash pull occurring. I do recall there being a brief, I can't remember if it was a phone meeting or a video meeting, and just being asked in general, what items from someone's trash are good for DNA?
Did you give advice?
I don't know if it was me specifically or another member of our DNA unit, but we did offer suggestions on items that are good for DNA.
Did you receive items to test?
Yes.
What instructions were you given about those items?
Well, the discussion was a person of interest had been developed and to analyze the items from the trash to determine if they could be inclusive of the DNA profile that was developed from the knife sheath unknown male A.
So the knife sheath DNA is known as male A, unknown male A. What date was that you received the trash?
The trash was received into the laboratory on December 28th of 2022.
Okay, so they're working pretty damn fast. They get I mean, the 28th you get the trash pull, the 29th the FBI is returning a name. Huh. I got questions as to when that work actually started. I hate to even say that, but I do. Doesn't change the outcome of what I think about the case. Like, it's not going to get thrown out because of some. Never mind. I'm going to confuse people. I'm going to confuse myself if I keep talking. All right. So, were you looking for a male profile?
Correct.
My thing keeps wanting to go down lately when I say go. All right, going the wrong way. All right.
That's what she said.
I had it. I knew it was coming. Damn it, I knew it was coming. All right. Did you find male profiles?
I didn't perform the actual testing, but yes, there were male profiles developed.
How many?
I don't know.
Do you know anything about either male profile of any of them?
I believe one of the male profiles, designated as E, was determined they could be a biological parent or child of the profile from the knife sheath.
And are you aware that Brian Kohberger's DNA was in the trash?
I was not aware.
Did you become aware?
I became aware later. We didn't have his name at the time.
So his DNA was in the trash?
That's what it says.
Because everybody's like, oh, he was out there putting it in the neighbor's trash. I get he was bagging it up that night the cops were there. Yeah, they're flying overhead.
Well,
there was something shady going on right then. But so he did.
The insinuations that the match has been to his father's DNA.
Well, yeah, because his DNA was pulled as well. But so what if they pulled all of this and they didn't realize at the time, like they had like 3 things to test, and the first thing they tested was the dad probability thing. When did they? Let's see. Let's keep reading it because maybe Ann, she might be trash talking us. We don't know.
I became aware later we didn't have his name at the time.
Okay. You didn't know his name on the 28th?
No, I did not.
Okay. Were you inaudible on December 28th? Were you aware that not male E, but another male profile had been identified?
From
the trash.
The trash pull? I knew there were some mixtures of DNA that were also included.
One of the mixtures, did it have a male DNA profile?
I believe it did.
And wasn't that profile inaudible the major component of that profile with a minor female?
I believe that sounds correct.
And later, didn't that return to Brian Kohberger?
Wait, what minor female profile returned to Brian Kohberger?
No.
That
And wasn't that profile the major component? It was a mixture they're talking about. And the major component of that mixture was a minor female. And
with a minor female, okay.
Yeah.
We actually did not perform that comparison.
And later, didn't that return to Brian Oh, shit, sorry. And, okay, did you and I have a discussion a few days ago?
We did.
Did you tell me that you knew that to be Brian Kohberger's DNA?
I said I thought that was, and I could not find the report where he had done that comparison. I have since looked through, and we did not make that comparison. So I cannot say that he was included in that mixture. Our laboratory did not do that comparison.
So Ann's stating that that was Brian's in the mixture, and they're saying they didn't test it because it was in mixture, because I've looked into the mixture stuff. All right.
Yes.
And there's a minor female and a major male.
That is my understanding.
And you could, by eye, look at that and tell that's Brian Kohberger, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
If I wanted to, I could probably look. I did not.
You could
Where's
still
she going with? Where's she going with this?
Yeah, okay, you could still do it today if you wanted to.
If there was a request to do the comparison, again, we don't do visual comparison evidence to evidence. Our procedures don't allow us to do that for probative comparisons.
I had a thought, but I forgot it. I need you to help me understand that a little bit. So the fact that it might have been Brian, and you're saying it was Brian's in that mixture, what does that change? Whether it was his dad they identified or whether it was within the mixture.
I don't know where she's going with this.
What does that change? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I need you to help me understand that a little bit. I'm having that question because I understand there was an unknown male B found on lab item number 30. Do you know what I'm talking about? That was apparently a piece of the trash.
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. No. Okay. Well, I also understand that there was a cigarette butt taken from somebody in connection with the case investigation. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with that.
Remember I told you guys that in Moscow they followed a guy around and got a cigarette butt? That was in some documents a long time ago. They're referring back to this guy now. Who was he? We don't know. I am familiar with that. That just proves they did look into other people and didn't just zero in on Brian Kohberger. They thought enough of this one person to wonder if you were a person of interest that they followed him and got a cigarette butt, and that DNA didn't match that sheet. Do we proceed on a cigarette butt that don't match our crime scene DNA? No, we don't. Especially if he didn't show up in your geofence warrant. All right. You said you were familiar with that? Okay. And that was compared to DNA on the knife sheath, is that right?
Yes.
And that was found to be excludable. Am I using that word right?
It was an exclusion, correct.
So you compared something that was taken from somebody to an item of evidence, is that right?
Something that was a secondary reference, as in someone identified it as they saw that person using that item, they saw that person dispose of that item. That item was collected and used as a reference sample from that person because there was someone who said it was from that person.
Okay, when you got to the trash to go through in the lab, you knew that you were looking for a male, right?
Correct.
Well, single source male DNA. And you knew that the male and his family members lived in a house that produced that bag of trash, is that right?
Yes, but not who produced each individual item in that trash pull.
Sorry, I was reading CH comment. Yeah. Still, I mean, they're comparing DNA samples. If you got a mixture, sometimes it's hard to pull a good profile out of a mixture.
Well, and the blind comparison is actually critical for an objective evaluation of DNA.
Yeah, it is. You need to. There's some really good information out there on mixtures of DNA. I've looked into it before for other cases, and so if they don't name anyone, they can compare lots of pieces to each other. But if they are they did. What do you mean? They didn't. They don't name someone. I'll read you in a minute, hun. If someone knows what he's talking about, or I don't know if that's a man or a woman, or what your preferred thing is here. See, CH, tell me, so I'll know. I don't like it when I don't know. All right. Okay.
It wasn't labeled. This water bottle is from person of interest. This tissue is from a sibling. This Q-tip is from a parent. We didn't have that information. It was just, here are some items from a trash pull.
Right. Oh, that's, yeah. See? And one of those items you took and developed male E.
I did not, but yes, the laboratory did.
In general, the lab developed male E, correct?
Correct.
Male
Correct.
E.
Yeah.
At this point, you know, once you take garbage from a home, you got to go through all that DNA. You don't have an idea of which particular piece of garbage your suspect placed in that bag when you got.
That sounds like a wonderful job to me, going through male DNA in a trash bag.
And that's what I was saying about, you know, they would have had to watch Koberger throw the trash in the apartment and go get it right then. But how would you even know which bag was the one he tossed in unless you're standing there watching him? Now you got to go through all that damn DNA to try to figure out if any of those match that sheath you got. The time, the resources, I don't know. Okay. And compared male A to male E?
There was a paternity statistic calculated. I'll say that again. There was a paternity statistic calculated because they were both single source profiles, meaning only from one individual.
And there's another male profile? Okay, and there's another male profile?
That was part of a mixture, to my knowledge, meaning more than one person's DNA present on that particular item.
Again, only one male, though, is that right?
So when there's a mixture of an item of evidence, I don't know if you want me to explain the process, but the first step is determining number of contributors to that mixture. Then our laboratory utilizes a software program to help break out the components of that mixture. When one individual is male, it's not always possible to say the gender of the second person. Males have an X and a Y chromosome, females only have an X. So if there's an X and a Y present, it could be one male, it could be two males, it could be a male and a female. Without comparing to known reference samples, I can't say that. And I haven't seen the profile to my knowledge.
CH, let me ask you a question. So when they were seeing Brian Koberger in that home moving around, they had to do so by helicopter and drone? Because if you go to the map of where Koberger's family home is, first thing I did, where'd they park to watch this guy? That's just how my brain works. There's nowhere to really hide, right?
I think I saw, didn't I see in one of the latest court filings, though, they had snipers that were watching the house?
When they got ready to go. Yeah. As they got closer to arrest, but I'm addressing the specifics in the question.
Sure.
Did they know the parents drank Coke and water? Dad drank a Coke and mom had a water. Unless they were surveilling long enough to see their habits inside that home. Or did they spot dad once coming out with a Coke or mom with a water bottle? So you're saying that they specifically should have discarded the Coke can or the water bottle because the probability of Koberger being on those two items was not there. That's what I'm wondering. Drone, helicopter, all the boots on the ground. They didn't have... Okay, they had boots on the ground, yes, getting ready to arrest. But they had to be very careful staking out the house from boots on the ground, because if you go look, there's nowhere to hide to do it unless you sit in the neighbor's driveway. And that happened to me back in the late 80s or early 90s, excuse me. My neighbor was being watched, and the only way for them to do that was to park in the other neighbor's yard, and that guy never let anybody even look at his house sideways. So I noticed that strange car parked in his yard immediately, and it was an undercover cop watching one of the other neighbors. So how much you can only put one car out there at a time, so you're not noticed. You know what I mean? It's an obvious thing when you all of a sudden got strange cars outside your house parked in random spots. You're like, what the hell? And if you're, you get the gist of it. So yeah, maybe they knew, but that doesn't matter. They still needed to test those items. So no privacy issue there. It was in the garbage. Where are we at, Joe? This boring part.
14.
Okay. Did you tell me, though, on that sample, and I'm talking about 95.9.1, that was a male and a female?
I believe that, I don't know if it was designated as that in the laboratory report. To my knowledge, it was. I can't remember what the report said. Again, I didn't generate the report and I didn't do the work, so I'm not as familiar with it as if it was my own work.
Yeah, they probably had one car there at a time, CJ, watching that house. And remember, it was the holidays. There were a lot of cars coming and going. What's the cars coming and going got to do with the trash flow, baby? They coming to visit the Coburgers, you mean? Like having relatives over and stuff?
No. Just like if there's strange cars parked outside during the holidays, maybe it wouldn't be as noticeable.
Wouldn't be as noticeable because there was traffic coming and going. That makes sense. That makes sense, CH. I got you. I like a good debater, and CH, you're a good debater.
I am a master debater.
You don't get mad at me or take me wrong. Just my thought process, because now, damn it, I got to stop and think. Shit. But you could have a point and stuff. I got to make sure.
No, that went over your head. That went way over your head.
You laughing at me?
No, I'm laughing at myself.
Jokes.
Yes.
You need to change your name. You are not Joe Smo. You are Dirty Joke Joe. Damn it, we need an emoji. Dirty Joke Joe. Got a cough. Okay. You are getting on chat delay. That is why things are a bit confusing. Am I? I'll watch it from my phone too then and see if it's any different. I didn't pay attention to the phone. Okay.
Can you give yourself 2 likes, one on the computer and one on your phone?
I don't know. I'm just gonna like myself and see. Look, I just gave myself a like on the YouTube. Don't say something about it tomorrow. Salty has people giving her likes or whatever you call that stuff. Jeff says, laugh out loud, master debater. Oh, you guys. Oh, my God.
Jeff got it.
Of course Jeff would got it. Jesus, y'all better give me a like for all this. All this I got to put up with over here, these men. Lord, help me. What I am on a chat delay on the computer compared to the phone. Gosh. Joe is also a cunning linguist. Whatever, Jeff. Quit. Lord, I'm not trying to debate with you, just answering the questions that you are asking. But I get you, CJ. But sometimes we do a little bit, and I don't mind that. I'm telling you, I don't. Because then it makes me stop and rethink my own theories, or I have to re-question things. Like this morning, I was full of damn questions like about this game, dates and stuff that confused me with their damn dates. I'm still concerned about why WSU didn't tell them on the 29th about this car. Because I'm not seeing that they did. All right. Okay. Mel B was also a mixture, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. If it was designated as unknown Mel B, again, I don't know if it was from... Oh, that's you. Shit. I'm just getting carried away.
If it was designated as unknown male B, again, I don't know if it was from a mixed sample or not.
Okay. This is page 66. I know around page 95, they start talking about the Othram in stuff. how it got to Othram, how it left Othram, and how the profile grew larger at the FBI. Do you guys want to go down to that, or do y'all want to keep going over about how they separated the
Zip
trash?
on down. Otherwise, we're going to be here for like
That's all
10
about
hours.
this. Yeah, they're separating trash and trying to discuss who's tested and got tested, and we already know. One sample come back as the dad. Apparently, there was a Koberger sample in there, and they didn't even test it because it was part of a mixture. That was what I got out of that they realized later. But once they swabbed him upon arrest, that matched the sheath. Let's not forget that part. Take all this IgG away. Does that make your guy innocent? I don't know if he is or not, but I'm just saying it don't if he is. We got to remember that when we review this stuff. This is a Supreme Court matter. And did you develop your profile correctly once you get to court? Until then, we got his DNA on a sheath, and they've compared his DNA to that sheath. So page 95, line number 5. Let's move from there. Thank you for that. Let's talk. And we're not going to be long on this, guys, because like I said, this whole case, this whole thing is all about the IgG, and they're going to get into deep later about sequencing and the STNRs and how they develop all these things. So I can drop the link. Like I said, I'll do that later. And check out the channel on the community tab thingy there, and you guys can click on it and read the whole thing if you want. So Firefly said it took her 2.5 hours. All right, let's move on. Thank you for that. Let's talk about Othram being involved in the case that winds up being why we're here today. What communication did you have with Othram on the early end of the process?
So, to my recollection, our early communication on this case was providing them with DNA that they would be able to develop, hopefully, an investigative lead for us on a case. After that sample, to my knowledge, had been that we had followed our processes through, and that we had put a sample into CODIS, and that we had not received any hits off of CODIS, and then we would proceed with the next step of testing. We did have a contractual relationship with them since early in, I believe, 2021. And so we did have a contract with them, and I can't see after that, after line 20.
Yeah, remember, Ann was kind of throwing shade at their practices, but I think you're right, CH, about that. To show Meridian Labs didn't want anything to do with the shade. Well, they didn't really do anything there, did they? That we were learning. Except, what did we learn that they did do was develop. What they develop? I wouldn't call it the baseline. I can't remember the exact term it was called. And then before it was passed over to Othram. So, wait a minute. Did I skip up? Hold on. See, this stuff right before I got to where Joe and I were just at, they're talking about bringing in the Othram, and there's some stuff in there about the FBI before that about some kind of stuff. But let's stick to what I was doing so I don't get let's jump back and forth. Joe, where did you leave off at?
We did have a contract with them in place, line 21.
That's what I thought. Okay. Was this the first case that Othram worked pursuant to that contract? Now, remember, in the beginning of this case, if you guys have followed, people threw a lot of shade about why are they sending it all the way to an Othram lab and all this stuff. They're going into this stuff now. The FBI shade. Was the FBI really shady? I mean, or do you mean shady by going into the databases? Is that what you mean by that? I'm making sure I follow along. And then the STR and the DNA. Yeah, the shady, I think, about the FBI, with it growing bigger there, they're going into all that here. Maybe it grew bigger because I don't know how you would explain that. I'm not a DNA expert. We did have a control. Oh, that was you. Was this the first case that Othram worked pursuant to that contract?
No, I don't believe so.
How did they get the DNA?
The DNA sample itself, that DNA sample was delivered by Moscow Police Department in person to them at Othram Labs.
Oh yeah, the STR DNA stuff is above all this, but CJ, I don't have time to read it today. That's why I was picking out. I wanted to go over it because I know how much shade's been thrown at the Othram and all of that. But you're right, that is important to read as well. And we may come back and do a read of this thing. But it's going to take it can't be today. I don't have all day to do it. So, but you're right. There's some really important stuff that I haven't got to cover in this document yet that do deserve to be talked about as well. But right now I'm going to stick to this because if I don't, we're going to get so sidetracked. And it was just trying to just show the role of where it started with Othram is the reason why I wanted to bring this out, because it kind of coincides with some of the dates I talked about earlier. Anyway, did you have a role in have any role in that part?
I did, but real quick, who is this that's testifying in the answers right here?
This is still Officer. Actually, I'm not sure which officer it was, Joe, because I didn't write it down on my note for some reason. I didn't.
What department?
I was reviewing
What
this.
agency?
Moscow. Oh, Moscow.
Because the next answer kind of confuses me if he is with MPD. But anyway.
I'd have to go all the way back up and find it for you guys. When I was reading this document last night, just writing down things that stuck out to me. There's a lot that stuck out to me, don't get me wrong, but just particulars that discusses the lab parts, right? And who did what because of the timing stuff on what I read to you guys earlier, that when Othram received it, when they stopped working, when the IGG was picked up by the FBI, and within a day or so they had this dude's name, like a day or two to do a full IGG profile, the FBI. That's what I'm focused on today. That kind of stuff.
That makes more sense. CH says this is Dave Gamet, the director of Meridian Labs.
And I looked him up. You're right. No, I thought he was ISP lab director is what I looked up last night. Hallig is the forensic director of Intermountain Forensics nonprofit. But this is Gamet testifying now. Yeah,
That's
ISP.
what CH says.
Yeah, because I got a whole thing saved on him to show as well his credentials and all the good things that like I did with the other guy. So I do look up the experts and I do save information about them as well. So you're right. Thank you for that. This is who that is. Okay.
So you asked me the DNA sample was delivered by Moscow to Othram. Did you have any role in that part? I say I did.
What did you do?
I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and down to the Othram laboratory. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did.
Because remember, Ann brought up in the hearing about not having reports on Othram's practices and policies. She's trying to make sure that sample, nothing happened to it in between wherever it was going, right? Because each time, chain of custody, right? When it left the lab in ISP during transport, how well protected was that sample, right? Once it left Othram and transferred back to ISP and then over to the FBI, how well was that sample protected along the way? All that's going to play a part in her doing her thing. I would do that if I was her, make sure it was all on the up and up. All the little boxes were checked. Y'all all wear your gloves and you didn't shed your DNA in there by accident and all that good stuff. After the sample was delivered, did you have communication with Othram Labs? Whoops. Did I go up too far?
You're on 11.
Oh. My thing's all messed up. I got to fix that. I got to go to my settings. After that sample was delivered, did you have any communication with Othram further?
Yes. Yes.
What were those?
So I had communications, to my memory, with them about what type of analysis we were asking them to do, also what type of searching. I remember they asked specifically for consent to do certain types of searching. We had to authorize things through memos and whatnot of them doing certain searching. Specifically, I believe it was family tree DNA that they needed an authorization for. I remember, this is big.
Yeah.
I remember having significant discussion with them about why STR testing and if or how that would be accomplished.
Why did you want Othram to do YSTR testing?
So the reason for YSTR testing is to utilize different investigative databases that might be out there. I don't believe in this case we ever did YSTR testing. A lot of the discussion was around preservation of the sample, or as much of the sample we could preserve. And so our recommendation to them was to not proceed with that type of testing at this time, to kind of see where we were able to go with a traditional SNP testing with a whole genome sequencing, and then we would potentially revisit YSTR testing. I do remember some discussion with David Middleman at Othram about if they were able to bootstrap some of the whole genome sequencing in order to develop a Y profile that could be searchable from the data that they had already developed, instead of using additional sample to specifically develop a YSTR profile or any kind of a Y profile. This is going to come up in court, folks.
Oh, definitely. Because see,
Yeah.
but that tells me that maybe, okay, so they talked about not wanting to degrade the sample, right? With further testing. So right now we need to develop a profile just from what came off the sheath, and we won't go any further with anything else yet in case we potentially degrade the sample. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's what they're getting at there. Like, sounds like it. But
we're going to get into bootstrapping here.
Yeah.
I was almost going to ask that question, and then I read
I
down,
did.
and I'm like,
I was like, what is that? So
you're on 20.
I am on 20. Let me pull up here. Okay. What does that mean, bootstrapping? Take me back. Oh, yes, take me back. They have this DNA sample, and then do they have have they done those steps to get to their S&P before you want bootstrapping done? Or at what stage are you talking about?
Essentially, it is our understanding that they were in the process of, or had already obtained, a whole genome sequencing profile. And so our question to them was, is there a way to develop a Y-STR profile from the genetic information that you already have through the other method of testing?
And that's what you mean by bootstrap and a different kind of analysis?
Correct.
Okay. Why would you want to do that?
Again, to see if there was a potential to search Y databases that might be available out there to identify genetic lineages.
What does that mean, genetic lineages?
So a Y chromosome is passed down from father to son. And so we would be looking to see if we can identify a family line through tracking the Y chromosome DNA from father to son to grandfather, all the way down to grandson, and potentially over multiple generations. So it would tie us into a family line that could be investigated further.
Did Othram bootstrap and get the YSTR for you?
That is a critical question. To my knowledge, they never did anything with YSTR testing. And to my recollection, with my discussions with David, that wasn't possible with the data that he had at that point.
Well, remember, this is part of a hearing that the judge has now ruled her motion to suppress this was denied. But she's still going to bring this stuff up in court. Nation arguments for trial, right? So, was there anything, bad going on? We'll see. So where are we at? We're at line 3? It was possible?
No, you asked me if it was impossible.
Oh.
And I quibble with words and I say that it was not possible. Correct. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was not possible.
Thank you.
I do not believe that was attempted. Again, I'm not familiar with the technology that he would have had to have used to do such a thing. So I'm not aware if that was possible, if the technology didn't exist. I just don't know.
Okay. At some point, did Othram talk to you about the work they were doing?
Yes.
And did they have a recommendation?
They did. They had at least one recommendation that I remember.
When was that conversation?
I don't remember exactly when that conversation happened.
Well, let's put it between inaudible. Well, when did they get the DNA to start with?
So they got the DNA on November 22nd, I believe.
So Othram got it on the 22nd. The state will try to keep it out in the motions of limine. You know they're coming, right, CH? You know they're coming. Okay. And when were they notified to stop work?
I believe the official notification was on December 10th, if I remember correctly.
So when they came back to you with some recommendations, where was that in relation to the stop work?
Probably early in December, I'm guessing. The actual work, the laboratory, what I would call the wet work in the laboratory, would be the first couple of weeks, probably, before they would have turned it over to a genealogist to be searching in the databases and those sort of things.
To make sure I'm with you, wet work means DNA sample to where we get to the whole genome sequencing and where we get to a S&P. I know I'm skipping steps. And when I was reading this stuff last night, I was like, whoa, freaky. This whole wet work thing and what all that was like. I was like, whoa. Like I got tired. I had to make myself put it down and just go to bed. It's like I was so interested. I don't know if it interested everybody else, but it did me because I didn't know. Okay. To make sure I'm with you, wet work means DNA samples. I already said that. But that's the wet work?
Correct. The laboratory work. So anything that would be done in the physical laboratory, handling sample, putting it into tubes, adding liquids, things of that nature that would be done in the laboratory, sequencing on an instrument, that would all be done in the first week, several weeks.
So after that, they have a recommendation for you?
Correct.
What's their recommendation to you?
The recommendation to my memory, to my recall, was that they had several individuals that had the potential to be of interest in this investigation. They asked us if, to further their family tree building, if we could be in contact with individuals and see if they were willing to contribute information to the databases that they were using in order to further the family tree building and further the genealogical work. Wow. So this is Othram that's doing this. Wow.
The four brothers with the low match to Q1 that they developed. And they approached one of those brothers. From what the other documents say, they approached one of the four brothers and asked for a DNA sample, and he declined. But he came back, those four brothers came back as a very low match to the sheath DNA. And I know for a fact that Kohberger's father does have at least two brothers, and they're a set of twins. I can tell you how many kids they have each. You know, if these are four cousins from those uncles. Yeah. So yes, there's that. And we're in a closed setting here, so I'm going to ask you to give me the last name.
I don't recall the last name. I'm sorry.
Was it your understanding that these were four brothers?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do in relationship to these four brothers?
So we did some cursory work, just looking in.
You know what I just thought? That's redacted. You know, it's got when she. I wonder if they ever name those people because it doesn't say redact. You know how usually redactions are blacked out.
Yeah.
They just turned everything in and typed it up without putting in redactions like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
Four cousins from their uncles. Yeah, Kohberger had two uncles. One of them's no longer with us, I don't believe. They had a YouTube channel at one point from way back when. Go ask Mercy Wright. She might can still direct you to it. So he did have a set of twin brothers. And I don't know specifically if they had sons or not. I can't verify that because I don't remember. I just know about the brothers and some little family drama that was going on down with those people. But I'm not going to get into their family drama. That would be dragging to Kohbergers for no reason. Okay, so what did you do in relationship to the brothers?
So we did some cursory work just looking in publicly accessible information, literally Google searches and things of that nature. What our approach is we didn't want to be approaching people, especially with an investigation of this nature, that really had nothing to do with anything. We just wanted to make sure there was some reason why Othram Laboratories was asking us to go and ask these individuals to put their DNA in the database that law enforcement can search.
Okay, because you can't just approach a citizen and ask for a DNA sample without probable cause.
Well, you
So
can. You can't demand
okay,
it, but you can ask for it voluntarily.
No, yeah, voluntarily, but that something just hold on. Something the way they just worded this.
They ask for voluntary DNA samples all
I
the
know that.
time.
I know. I'm
without
not.
warrant.
Hang on.
All right, I'm hanging on.
Hang on. You can go ask, but then I'm going to want to know why. So they thought better of that because they didn't want that to happen. But look, so we did some cursory work just looking in publicly accessible information, literally Google searches and things of that nature. They had the names of these 4 brothers.
Yes, and he just didn't happen to recall them in this conversation.
Right. Well, that besides the point, they don't recall shit. But they did literally Google search on these brothers. To me, that's what that says right there, which is, I guess, part of your preliminary investigation if they're possible low matches. Now you got to find out who they are, but you're going to need some probable cause if you need to go get if you really want to get a DNA sample from these guys, or go follow them and get them out the trash. But just to approach them, like he said, what our approach is we didn't want to be approaching people, especially with an investigation of this nature. They didn't do that to cigarette butt guy. They didn't go up and say, hey, can we have your cigarette? You willing to give us a sample? They had to follow that dude and got his cigarette butt. But they certainly asked Kaylee's boyfriend and Maddie's boyfriend for samples, and they volunteered right up with that shit and were ruled out as the DNA.
Right. So at this point, I don't think they have an individual in mind, and so they're leery about just blindly asking people for samples.
Right.
That might be the guy, and if you signal to the guy that you're onto him, then he might be gone.
Exactly. You don't know, and they don't have to answer why. Don't have to answer what, DB.
Asking for a DNA sample, probably. You can ask anybody for a DNA sample, and you don't have to tell them why you're asking for it, and they don't have to tell you why they're declining it.
Yeah, Moscow amnesia. All cops, y'all. Come on, watch all these trials. Don't watch just one. Go watch all of them. How many cops you gonna see up there saying, I don't recall? I think it's part of their standard training. Get up there and say you don't recall until they make you produce it in in the filings. They all say it. It ain't just these damn Idaho cops. How many times we see that in Delphi? Karen Reed. And even guys that are guilty and we know they're guilty of sin. Other trials. Cops are going to be up there talking about, I don't recall. It's just standard protocol, I think. I look past that because it's going to come out in court regardless whether your ass recalls or not. We now see you absolutely knew their 4 names. So, and you Google search them. So, but you
right? Yes, yeah. That's definitely a public record right there.
Yeah. Okay, so now I'm gonna forget where the hell I was. Okay, Google searches. That's right. I just wanted to go back over that for a sec because that was like, wait, what? Y'all did what? So that they didn't want to just go up and hey, can we have your DNA? All right. Did you verify where they were? Did you verify they were 4 brothers?
I don't know that we would use the word verify, but we believed that the information was reliable that they had given us based on the publicly accessible information.
Huh. And for people to say they didn't do a good enough investigation, at least they were looking at the 4 brothers. Didn't go, oh, that's nothing to see there. Well, wait till Koberger's name comes up. Damn it, man.
Maybe their name was Koberger. I mean,
yeah.
if it's his father's brother's sons, they should have the last name
But they have a
Koberger, right?
very low they have a very low match to Q1.1. Once you read the whole document and Riley, Nolan, and all them get into all that, you'll see more of what that is. All right, it's hard to glean all that from these little bits and pieces we're picking out to read. That's why I'm willing to drop the link to the documents. Everybody just go read it, because I'm just not doing it today. I'm not opposed to doing an entire read of it if people want that, but it just won't happen today. So there's a lot more information packed in here around this subject and all of them if you guys really want to take a deep dive into it on your own. I suggest you do that instead of just listening to me, read parts of it that I found interesting for now. But like I said, if you got an interesting line or a page you want read, drop it in the chat and we'll take a look. So yeah, this is about the brothers and them going into the information. Where was I at? Now I know you said that you can't remember the last name of those brothers. We're here today. And Brian Koberger's name has been on the news for 2 years. You know his name. That wasn't the last name.
Damn it. That was not the last name.
Oh, so they did not have the last name Koberger.
Damn it.
Did Daddy have a sister? Did these brothers, were they on the mama's side of the family? Okay. After you did the cursory work and the family tree, what was the next thing you did in the relation to these 4 brothers?
We, at some point, I don't remember exactly when, we had asked our investigator, Detective Vicky Gooch, with the Idaho State Police, there's Gooch again.
Yep.
To reach out to one of the brothers we believe had put information into a genealogical database, ask him if he would be willing to upload that into one of these databases so they could further build out and use that information.
So they had believed, because of their work on the developing of the stuff at Author, somebody had to upload into a database, right? Or they wouldn't have got there to start with. So they believed that one of the brothers had put information into a genealogical database. And then they asked him if he would be willing to upload that into one of those databases so they could further build out and use the information. Okay. I see that.
She was, I believe, initially able to contact the individual. He was skeptical. No way. He was skeptical about her contact. And so there was another contact, a three-way. We're going to start talking about a three-way call, but
we're not.
Y'all got
Dad's last name is Koberger, but the 4 brothers' last name wasn't Koberger, DB. That's what they just said.
A three-way call made between myself, Vicky, and this individual for purposes of trying to validate this was indeed a law enforcement. For the purposes of trying to validate this was indeed a law enforcement investigation. That's a long sentence. This was indeed a legitimate request, and at that point, that individual requested not to be contacted again. Was not interested in participating.
Wow.
Would you?
I mean,
No, seriously?
that's my
Would
cousin.
you?
And yay. Can you tell me why you want my DNA?
It's a law enforcement investigation. We can't provide any details. Would you provide your DNA?
No. What if you're trying to get somebody over some fucking weed they growed or something? No. Tell me it's what it's for. You know what I mean? Or you're not getting it without a warrant. You can't swab the inside of my mouth or get my database genealogical research that I own privately without a warrant, unless you tell me why. And even then, I might make you get one. So I get that. I totally get that, right?
Now, what if they came to you and said, we believe that your sister was responsible for the murder of 4 college students in Gainesburg, and we have DNA samples that we can't confirm are hers? Would you do it then?
Maybe.
I'm willing to commit at this time.
It depends on my mood, the day, how me and her have been getting along.
Oh no, She better not have shafted you at the last Christmas party.
I talked to both of my sisters yesterday. They know I got their backs. No. It depends. Was it one of my long lost cousins I don't really know that well? Hell, go get that son of a bitch if he's crazy. But my sister, that might be different. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, DB, the police can lie to you. They absolutely can.
Oh, yeah, they can lie to you, but that guy wasn't buying nothing they said, that you still need to come back with a warrant.
And you know what? I don't blame him at all.
I don't either.
Nope.
We know they lie, right? They pull that Reed technique on you. Real quick like, won't they, DB? But no, you got the right to say no. You got the right to get up and walk out of an interrogation unless they slap cuffs on you and read you some rights. We learned that in Delphi, too. You got the absolute right to get up at any time and say, I need a lawyer, and I'm walking out that door. And you got the absolute right to say, if you're going to swab me for DNA, you better come with a warrant. Go listen to Bob. He'll tell you. Teach him, Bob. All right. During the time leading up to that phone call, when you were building your family tree, I know none of the four brothers had the last name Koberger. That name didn't come up when you were building a family tree either, or neither, did it?
Nope.
After that, brother said, don't contact me again. What was the next thing you did?
So I don't remember again exactly when the time frame was with that, but I know that there were active discussions about having a phone call with the agency and the prosecutor's office about the work that was being done. They were requesting updates from us of what is the Othram Laboratory doing, where are you in the investigation, those types of things. We were giving them updates via telephone, via telephonic conferences. He pulled out that word, telephonic conferences with them, just giving them updates on what we've delivered, the sample we've done, those sort of updates. And then they requested a meeting with us to talk about the testing.
Oh,
Salty did.
I was on mute. I was like, why isn't Joe talking? Something happened. These conferences, who participated in those?
Most of the time, to my memory, it was usually Idaho State Police detectives. The prosecutor's office might have also been privy to some of those discussions. Again, just general updates about where we were in the process.
Tell me about this meeting. It sounds like there's a big meeting that happens.
There was a meeting, to my knowledge, and I don't remember exactly when, but probably the morning of December 10th. I'm looking at my notes. So December 10th is when they told Othram
to
stop work and then send it over to the FBI. All right. Yeah. And I have that only because you told me to get on my notebook when you were going through dates, and I wrote that down.
Yeah, that's the date that they told them to stop. So they had a meeting that morning, apparently, a big meeting, for the telephonic meeting.
Yes. When we had a meeting, telephonic meeting is my memory, with representatives from Moscow Police Department. I believe FBI had representatives on the phone call, ISP, I believe myself, ISP legal counsel, and I believe that the colonel of the state police, oh Lord, tell me it's not Doug Carter, was also on that phone call.
Let me just say, ISP, right? Like, we had enough of that. Indiana State Police, ISP, and now over here in Idaho, I got to keep it. It's like, I've always noticed that similarity, right, between the two cases, ISP, and I'm like, so then when I go to Kentucky, looking at what's his name, Mickey Steins, it's a whole different numbers over there. I'm like, I keep wanting to say ISP. I'm like, now I want to call all state, like Florida, we got FDLE, we got some 4 letters, but yeah, these ISPs, I'm over some ISPs. All right.
I wonder what they call Iowa State Police. Is that another ISP? Illinois, is that ISP? How many ISPs do we have in this country?
They need to get creative like Florida Department of Law Enforcement, not Florida State Police.
Okay. I believe the colonel of the state police was also on that phone call.
What happened on that phone call?
In that phone call we were asked to turn over any kind of investigative records that we had, any kind of information that we had, to the FBI team. They provided me with an email address to be able to provide what they were requesting from us, which was, to my memory, it was the login information essentially. It might have been other things I'm not aware of, like packets and things. I'm not aware of the technical terms, but basically they were asking us to provide that information to the FBI investigator. Are you muted again?
No, I was looking at comment. I have to keep an eye on DB, make sure he's behaving over there. What are you saying? I love when cops say telephonic conferences. Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Oh. Did you know what you provided to the FBI investigator?
So what was asked for to be provided were the 2 database searches or information so that those could be independently searched. And we also asked them to cooperate and provide any information that they needed to be able to further investigate.
When you say 2 databases, do you mean 2 genetic genealogy databases that allow law enforcement to search?
Yes, to my knowledge, these samples were searched in 2 genealogical databases that allow searching by law enforcement. So GED match and family tree DNA, I believe, were the 2 that were searched, and we were asked to provide those credentials, that information to the FBI.
So according to him, his understanding is that the 2 genealogical databases that allow searching by law enforcement were GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. We've always known GEDmatch does. That's CC's Moore's go-to database because of that reason. I think they've implemented some changes, and I think this case will force them to implement some changes. But up until this point, GEDmatch was a free-for-all. Like, no shit. I don't know about Family Tree DNA, but they claim they are. And this is also the 2 that the FBI claims to have used.
Well, and once again, I've got to rehash this until we get it figured out in court. If your terms of service as a private individual contracting with a private DNA database, if they provide your DNA evidence to law enforcement, it seems to me that is a civil matter, not a criminal matter.
It is. And Paul Holes described that the changes with GEDmatch that came along, this is when he was talking about his work on the Delphi case that he consulted on. He said GEDmatch was a searchable database for police, but they had implemented where you had to sign off on your stuff being open for law enforcement to search versus private, right? Like we heard that Ancestry and all them do. You have that opt-in and out option people weren't aware of until this case, really, where you can opt in to allow law enforcement to search or opt out. GEDmatch, from my understanding, GEDmatch now has that. Did they detect one of them brothers on the GEDmatch, but yet he had checked not to share his stuff? And then
right, but even if he does, that's still a private civil matter between
totally
him,
am with you. That's a
him and the
non-argument to
company.
me.
Yeah,
I completely agree with you that I'm getting to the basis of the damn investigation, people. I don't care about the Supreme Court matters. I'm not here to debate GEDmatch and who can sue who. I already know the answer to that. That is literally not the issue at hand here. That's a totally separate issue, and it's between the customer and the company, right?
Anne's making an issue out of it, though.
Well, she's going to try to. She tried to in this closed IGG hearing, and she's been shut down by the judge. We already have the rulings. This came out after the rulings, right? Do you follow?
Yep.
So they go through this. This is just them. This was just that the hearing, but the Franks hearing was denied, and we went through all the reasons why. When we read that document, the motions to suppress were denied, and we went through all the reasons because we read all those documents. This just came out after all that, and this is all of this is where his decisions got based on. So, yeah. I'm just picking it apart, trying to figure out who they were investigating and how they got to these people is interesting to me from a forensic investigation standpoint. I'm not trying to sit here and say they got the wrong guy because their DNA is going to be all jacked up kind of stuff. That's not where I'm going with this. And if anybody thought that's what I'm doing, I apologize for misleading you thinking that might be what I'm doing, but I'm not. I am so super interested on how the investigation itself is conducted. And that's why it said literally on the thumbnail, the investigation into Brian Koberger. Not here to debate the other stuff. And
No, we're here to pick it apart. That's what you and I do. That's what we do best.
Yeah, I'm
Pick it
looking
apart.
for evidence and because when it comes down to court, she can rip to shreds these experts on DNA, but it still comes down to, how good was that sample off that sheath? Because it matches him.
Well, apparently they didn't do bootstrapping.
Well, apparently that doesn't matter. We'll see what the FBI did with it. They got it. They probably bootstrapped it.
They probably did, actually. Yeah, they probably did.
They got a lot more reset. They, like she said, that sample grew once the FBI got it. How do you think it grew? Like a tree? I meant literally like a tree in the ground. It just grew. But yeah, this GIE, they did their thing that Othram couldn't do. Othram's good at getting cold cases solved by identifying DNA off cold case bodies, right? Old evidence. And doing a family tree and getting back to the identity of the person who was deceased 30 years ago. But all this other intense stuff, who knows, right? FBI's like, no, y'all stop, give it to us. Let us have at it. We're good at this. But is it right or wrong? Not for me to argue. I believe that was you. Okay, Idaho State Police Forensics Lab's direction to Othram was to look only in the databases that allow law enforcement to search. Is that right?
Our direction to them was to follow the interim policy. This is another one of my things. I'm going to leave it alone right now so we can get through this.
Because we're not.
Hold on. Scroll back up. You went down again too fast. Our direction to them was to follow the interim policy per contract with them, and any other communications we would have had with them would be to follow the interim policy.
So, does that mean, yes, you expected them to only search the allowed databases?
I believe that is what would have been communicated. That's our understanding of what that interim policy means, is they would search those databases that are allowable to be searched by us as a law enforcement entity. Allowable being the key word right there. Allowable.
Exactly. Okay. After Othram turns over whatever they turn over to the FBI, and you get the report and they get paid, is that the end of it with Othram for this case?
So they provided us a report after we had asked them to turn over all the information to the investigating agency and to the FBI. They provided us with that. They provided us with what was identified as a preliminary report. I believe they titled it that because it was not a final report. The testing, we'd asked them to terminate the testing, but they were not at a final result of a name to provide to us, an investigative lead to provide to us.
Well, I told y'all this document goes deep into a bunch of stuff. What was the decision made for the FBI to take this over and not let Othram finish it?
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
In that meeting, there was nothing stated about why we were going to do this?
I don't recall specific reasons, but they had asked us to transfer everything to the FBI.
Okay, did you take a look at the two profiles, the FBI's S&P profile and Othram's S&P profile? Have you ever looked at those?
Did we look at those, or did I look at those?
Did you?
I did not, no.
Have you seen them?
No.
Would it surprise you to know the FBI profile was over twice as big as Othram's? Joe. Damn it, man. Dirty Joe. Dirty Joe Schmo.
Again, I have no I have no knowledge of what the size of the FBI is.
Oh God, this
Or
was the
what
wrong one to read with him, guys. Sorry.
or what they did or didn't do. I had no knowledge. Or yeah.
Sometimes Joe's 3, guys. Remember that. It makes me laugh. How involved were you with the FBI's process of their genetic genealogy?
I was not involved, other than to provide the samples to where they asked us to send those samples to. And then from that point, I was not involved in the process.
Have you become aware that they search databases that are not allowed to be searched by law enforcement?
Pure speculation is all I know, but I have no firsthand knowledge of anything.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for that. And then Anne says, Your Honor, if I can have just a moment. I guess that she gets her moment. Now we're back.
We all need a moment from time to time.
Yeah, we do, don't we? Water and fertilizer, Donnie. Did they take steps that were illegal the whole way? The whole entire way? Because they took the same steps they've taken all other IGG investigations, guys.
Well, there's a difference. There is a difference, and it is the critical difference to me of being quote unquote illegal and being against policies or terms of service.
The only
There's a
thing they might
huge
have done
difference.
was the only thing they might have done wrong was look into databases they shouldn't have. But the basic idea behind IGG was the same as it's always been. GEDmatch you can look into, but were they looking into people who checked the privacy box? That's the question. That's the illegal last step. But the whole thing is, if you got to read the whole documents too, to get the whole gist. Because I'm telling you, there's people out there right now that as of 2 nights ago were telling entire communities that if you go watch a certain channel, you'll see a good video of Linda Lane footage that's going to show you people loading those victims into a black truck and Dylan and Murphy jumping into that black truck. And I'm here to tell you, it absolutely never happened. I can direct you to the live stream where they developed that on and where that was debunked at as well. Hold on one second. I got to mute out for 1 minute.
Alexa, play music in the public domain.
Here's some music by Public Domain on Amazon Music.
Alexa, turn the volume up.
All right, they were leaving the house and tell me. But I don't know, who's to say if it was all done illegally? I encourage everybody to read all of the documents and be fair and open. Don't just assume, I've heard it's all shady in Kohberger's case, so therefore it is, because you might be surprised. And again, if the FBI did do a lot of shit illegal, they got to take it up with the Supreme Court. It doesn't mean Kohberger's innocent. We got to remember that. So what if you got to keep that in mind. Could that be they let a guilty guy go because they screwed up and did backdoor, the dirty deed in the back door? Yeah, that'd be screwed up. That'd be real screwed up to do that.
Okay, so CH doing 99% things legally and then planting weed in a guy's car is definitely not cool. Is that what we're saying here? Is that what we're saying? Did they plant the sheath with the DNA underneath the victim? I mean, there's a big difference between doing things that are against quote unquote policy, Department of Justice policy, and violating a defendant's constitutional rights.
Amen.
So obviously planting weed on a dude and arresting him based on that planted weed is a violation of his constitutional rights. But is that what we're saying what happened here? Honestly, is that what we're saying what happened here? I haven't seen evidence of that. I've seen evidence of Department of Justice violated internal policy, probably, and searching additional IGG databases but
or
that doesn't mean they
individuals that may have checked the privacy policy,
right.
like
But it's
possibly.
a policy. Yes, it's a
Yes,
policy. It's not a constitutional right. There's a difference between the two.
this is absolutely true, and the court establishes that, right? The court absolutely establishes that in this case. That's why it will be a Supreme Court matter further on appeal for him, and for anybody who is in that family tree, they may have a privacy concern issue to take up with that company, which is going to force these companies to change their policies. Is it going to force, the Supreme Court going to force the FBI to change their policies? But even if you take IGG off the table, because it's not coming into court, it's a tool. They're not going to walk into court and say, this IGG proves that guy did it. That's not what's happening here. This was a tool to get back to him, and then upon further investigation, did he purchase K-bars on those Amazon warrants? Do y'all know that for sure, yes or no? Have you seen the evidence of that yet? I don't know. I haven't seen we can't see the search warrant returns because they're sealed. So we don't know what he purchased off the Amazon and when, or if he even did. But apparently there's something to some of that stuff that Ann wants suppressed so bad. Not just the after it stems because of this, but all that stuff's exculpatory to your client and will prove his innocence. Why would you care? And why would you want it suppressed? If you suppress it all, you got nothing to take to trial. And then, by God, we might get off here. I don't know. I just try to understand the logical thinking behind it. It's all illegal. So what if it was? Honestly, it's not my problem. It's Kohberger's. But it doesn't take away from the possibility he's guilty. Just, it is what it is. So it's a dead-ass argument to me. But it does go through, like I said, 100. That's page 112 of 175, and we didn't even get through all this stuff. There's just a lot going on in these documents, and I will make a note to myself to drop this link for anybody who is interested in reading it for themselves, and giving it a fair look and evaluate it for yourself, because it's always important. The state wants it suppressed. They didn't ask to suppress the IGG. It was never coming in, honey. It never comes in any of the courts that it's used in. Right? It's a tool and a tip. It's always been that way. Like I said, there's been multiple cases before Brian Kohberger where this IGG stuff was used. People over in Delphi wanted it used there, but it wasn't. Or did it? And then that's why they said, FBI, get out of here. We don't like where your family tree landed. That's all I'm going to say about that, and I'm going to call it a day. It's been a long one. Joe, thanks for coming on and co-hosting and trying to get through some of this investigative stuff I was trying to evaluate.
Yeah, I think it makes it more interesting when we can bounce back and forth in that transcript.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm not interested in, somebody just coming out there and telling me, oh, the FBI is shady, they did all this. Let me go read it for myself and see what was actually shady. You know what I mean? What did they actually do, violate? When did they do it? All that stuff matters to me, and that's all I wanted to look at today. I'm not trying to look at all the other stuff. I'm not an appellate court attorney. I only sleep at Holiday Inns. It just makes me court-appointed attorneys. That's a joke, y'all. If you've been around a while, you know. If you know, you know. It's like someone calling into Crime Stoppers and giving a tip. Yeah. Basically, that's what they've said. Whether we agree with it or not is not really the issue at hand, right? I mean, Anne wants us to agree with it. Is society ready to this and that? Well, is society ready to say we can let a bad guy go because you got his DNA, family tree stuff? I don't know if I'm there yet, especially if it was my child harmed viciously. I'd probably want every avenue possible looked at, I mean, I'm just saying. We'll have to wait on the Supreme Court and all that good stuff to come out and fight it out for us. But anyway, guys, it's been fun. Thanks for coming in and listening to us going on about this stuff. I appreciate it. I do appreciate y'all coming in and ask it, going up against some of the things I do say, it doesn't bother me, but then I want rationality behind it. So come in and tell me what you think. That's always appreciated for sure.
Yeah, and our chats are always so respectful. Like, we
Yes.
hardly ever get trolls in here, so I appreciate everybody being respectful in chat and having intelligent things to add to the discussion, whether
Even
whether
when
we
they
agree with
disagree,
them or not.
right?
Yeah,
When
awesome.
they disagree with me, they're not rude. I don't take it as rude, and I'm not trying to be rude, to them. And I think I've made that clear. I'm always willing to be challenged with my critical thinking. I was lurking and had to keep reminding myself that Joe was reading and not being. Joe was being Dirty Joe Schmo.
No,
Danielle
just
just
immature, just immature. I'm
yeah,
I'm still like
yeah.
mentally 14 years old.
Oh Lordy, he was playing, y'all. He was playing. All right, well, Joe's going to be live in the morning with his morning show, and he's got a big show planned for tomorrow evening as well. You guys make sure you go over and keep an eye out for it, and make sure you're subbed up and got your notifications on and everything so that you can get notified when he goes. Joe, want to recap one quick time before we go about what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the morning show, we're going to wrap up on some of the Lori Vallow Daybell like inside information with some of the periphery. But then tomorrow night, I have on her former husband's, that's Charles Vallow, was shot and killed by her brother Alex Cox in their home in Chandler, Arizona, which is a suburb of Phoenix. And that's what she's going on trial for murder associated with that. So they're going to try and tie her to her brother's shooting her husband at the time. And at that time, she was also having an affair with Charles Daybell, or Chad Daybell. Yeah, Chad Daybell. So anyway, so Charles Vallow's niece, Cresha Easton, has been into this case, like deep diving research for like 5-6 years, however long it's been since it happened. And she's going to come on my channel tomorrow night and share with us some of the results of her research. And she's going to try and take us through some stuff that's going to be hard to get through, but it's going to be interesting.
It will be very interesting. I'll be there. I'll be in chat modding and hanging out with you guys. And soaking it all in, because there's going to be a lot of good information and it's going to be a good interview. Guys, remember yesterday was Maddie Soto's birthday, and if you want to see a bit about her memorial, if you missed the beginning of the show, go back and catch the replay, and you can see that as well. And anyway, and there was a little update on Sebastian. But you guys, thanks for being here. There's Joe's link is now there in the chat. Yeah, go sub up and turn on your noties so you'll be notified when he goes live. Until then, well, y'all have a great rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you in the morning.
Thanks, y'all. Catch you later.
Thank you all for watching this here.